The Man Who Watches Back. Chapter 19. Shane stepped off the train at Oxford Station. Despite the chill and mist of the summer morning, he took his smart sunglasses from the carrying case, which also doubled as a wireless rechargeable power bank. He had recently discovered that hiding behind the lens barrier helped prevent his tremors. They also meant he could effortlessly connect, communicate, and access information. He plunged his hands into his coat pocket, pulled it tighter around his body, and hurried through the timeless, narrow cobblestone streets toward the university, embedded like a jewel in the city's heart. Soon, centuries-old buildings made of golden stone loomed all around, their facades weathered yet majestic, casting long shadows on the pavement. Shane stared in all directions, feasting his eyes on the 17th century architecture, at the towering spires stretching toward the sky, their edges softened by the light morning mist, and the stone walls intricately carved with coats of arms and Latin inscriptions. Above him, menacing gargoyles stared down threateningly, frozen in expressions of mystery and malice. Most impressive of all were the Gothic arches that framed the massive oak doors, worn smooth from centuries of use. He walked in the shadows of the buildings that hung over the stone pavements, embedded with the glimmer of reds and blues cast by the stained glass windows. Nothing was left untouched by the ancient craftsmen, with each building more elaborate and awe-inspiring than the last. The careful preservation of such buildings proved they still mattered to those living in the technological age. Shane arrived at a vast green manicured lawn full of ancient oaks, crisscrossed with paths that led to the various colleges. The atmosphere was bursting with ambition and aspirations, but beneath the reverence and the echoing footsteps of countless scholars and academics, Shane sensed a lingering gloom. The whole place was an enduring symbol of intellectual prestige and the stamping ground of the new elite. Around him, students consulted holographic avatars for information, and professors walked briskly, flashing him fleeting glances, their voices low as they discussed subjects far too important for Shane's ears to comprehend. Shane breathed in the heavy, damp air and sighed, unsure where to head next. Bots, immune to the stinging cold, aimlessly milled around, waiting to be called on to carry out various trivial tasks. They waved to people as they passed and greeted them by name. Mostly they were ignored by the superior beings rushing towards highly important destinations. 4 bots shuffled towards Shane, prompting him to move more rapidly and with greater purpose. He sensed them closing in until they were directly behind. Then, a silver hand clamped on his shoulder. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt his mouth go dry. They encircled him, standing shoulder to shoulder, with fleshless index fingers prodding intimidatingly at the air, pointing at his body. "We need to know who you are and why you're here," they said in unison, hemming him in so he could hardly move. Shane was numb with horror and confused. He looked at their cold, dead eyes and scoured his brain for the correct answer. "My name is Professor Ethan Caldwell," he said firmly. "I've come to meet with my brother on an important matter." In response, he sensed they were whispering together, and the message seemed to pass to all the bots on the green as they stopped what they were doing and gawped in his direction. One of them appeared to nod at a professor standing nearby, and suddenly the circle dispersed, leaving him free to continue. He turned around swiftly and saw them walking away. "I need directions to the science department," he called back, feeling that the danger was over. "Yes, sir, of course," a bot replied, smiling. "I will guide you to the Tom building." They arrived at a modernist structure with 10 floors, a strange and disappointing juxtaposition to the predominantly classical architecture. The robot left, and Shane walked through the glass-fronted doors of the Department of Engineering Science, feeling a touch of intimidation rather than awe as he entered the lofty atrium. Sunlight streamed down from the skylights above, illuminating the sleek steel and glass interior. Rapidly, he headed toward the reception desk. "I'm looking for Professor Ethan Caldwell," he muttered, glancing around the bustling lobby as if he might be able to spot the man he'd never met. "Please remove your glasses, sir. All students are welcome at this academic institution. However, for security purposes, we need to be able to identify everyone in the building. I also need to know the purpose of your visit." He took off his glasses and instantly felt a sizzling sensation in his head, followed by a shiver that sent a tremor rippling through his nerves. "I'm a scientist with the BAS," Shane replied, trying to make his visit sound authentic. "By the way, it's great to be speaking to a human. We find our students and professors prefer it that way. They enjoy a little natural gossip." "I don't see many droids or bots here. Were they affected by the solar storm? You see, I'm a pilot part of a team surveying the Antarctic, and it caused us to crash. It should not have reached us, which is one of the reasons I need to speak with the professor urgently. I must report some updates." He paused, realizing he was rambling. The receptionist reacted to his confusion and the apparent assault on his body with a warm smile. That was a terrible night. The bots here were safe, all charged down and placed in our bunkers, but my guardian was destroyed, as were those of my friends. And now we all have a problem with childcare. I have put my daughter in the government-run nursery, but she doesn't get the attention she needs. However, they've promised to take all the youngsters away soon on an educational trip outside the city. That will make life easier. I don't know if they plan to give us new guardians, as it would seem they were more vulnerable to the attack. The woman's kindness put Shane at ease, and he relaxed. "Yes, my son lost his guardian too. A terrible loss." The receptionist frowned slightly as she returned to considering the name, and then her expression cleared. "Ah, you must mean the esteemed Professor Harley Caldwell," she corrected with a slight smile. "He oversees several research groups and supervises students in various engineering specialities. Perhaps that's who you mean." Shane nodded, feeling a bit flustered. "Yes, sorry, that must be it. Ethan's his brother, and I thought he worked here too." "I haven't been here long, but I don't think the professor has a brother," she smiled. "I will call him and tell him you're here." Shane made a note of the phone number she tapped on her screen. "He's not answering at the moment, but I'm sure you will be able to locate him," the receptionist said, gesturing towards a set of elevators down the hall. "You'll find the professor's office on the 6th floor, room 610. Just follow the signs for the bioelectronics and control labs." With a quick thank you, Shane, avoiding eye contact, looked down and hurried along, noticing nothing. He headed toward the elevators, mulling over the confusing conversation and whether he'd said too much. The whole building was alive, watching his every move, knowing of his dishonest intent, and waiting for the right moment to pounce. On automatic pilot, Shane found himself standing outside Harley's office. Timidly, he knocked on the door, and a voice on the other side called for him to enter. Harley Caldwell bent towards him from the other side of his desk. He was a slender man, his facial features chiselled, his skin tight and wrinkle-free, and his golden brown hair looked like polished wood, with every strand perfectly in place. His sharp, analytical eyes glinted with gold points that flickered with a hint of suspicion when he saw Shane enter. "Can I help you?" Harley asked, his voice polite but cautious. Shane introduced himself, choosing his words carefully. "I was hoping you might be able to tell me about Professor Ethan Caldwell. I believe he's your brother and was a professor here some years back." For a fleeting moment, Shane perceived a spark of recognition in Harley's eyes, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a neutral expression. "I'm afraid you're mistaken," Harley replied smoothly, leaning back in his chair. "I don't know anyone by that name, and I don't have a brother." A tolerant smile curled his lips, and he looked directly at Shane's face. "I'm sorry, I can't help you." Shane frowned, feeling the familiar twinge of suspicion and a fizzing in the top of his skull. "I've come a long way, Professor. Are you sure you don't remember him? I found records linking the two of you in the same department. He was a specialist in plant consciousness, and I know he was here. I have an extremely important message for him that requires urgent attention. Perhaps you have another relation with that name." "You're wasting your time," Harley replied, his tone icier. "I don't have a brother, and even if I did, I would certainly remember his name," he said sarcastically, his words final as if he was desperate to shut down the conversation. "Please, kindly leave. I have a lecture in 5 minutes." The atmosphere was brittle, and he saw Seren in his mind's eye, her frightened face in the ghostly Arctic light. It helped him apply himself to the battle, so he pressed on, a note of urgency creeping into his voice. "Your non-existent brother's daughter has been kidnapped and is in grave danger." Harley's composure faltered. His hands tightened on the edge of his desk. A flush that made him appear even younger rose in his cheeks, and he looked away. But when he spoke again, his voice was low and controlled. "I have nothing to say on the matter. Whoever you think Ethan Caldwell is or was, he doesn't exist. I don't know how you got in here. You have no place here, and neither do these questions of yours." He paused, regaining some of his cold detachment. "I'd advise you to drop this for your own good, and for the good of anyone else whom you wish to drag into your insane man's delusions. Look at you shaking. You're obviously not well." Saliva slipped down Shane's throat, and he swallowed hard. His pulse beat behind his eyes, and he felt feverish as he realised he was not getting anywhere. By all Serene's accounts, Harley was a weapons man and probably didn't possess a single atom of feeling, and recognised no rules of conduct other than what would further his private interests. Shane could see from his face that his purpose was not to perish. His goal was eternity, and due to his nature, without a second's thought, he was willing to perpetuate unhappiness and misery on the other side of the world. And he, as a relatively ordinary man, was possibly digging into something huge and heavily classified. As he turned to leave, he glimpsed on the professor's desk a photograph half hidden beneath a stack of papers. It showed 2 young men in their 20s standing together in what appeared to be a lab. One of them was clearly Harley, but the other man shared a distinct resemblance. "I suspect your brother is in serious trouble too." Harley stared at him like he was crazy. "If you don't leave this instant, I will call security." Without another word, Shane walked out, his heart pounding. That damn man knows way more than he's letting on, he thought. He lingered just outside the professor's office, glancing up and down the hallway, making sure no one was around. His heart raced as he tried to formulate a quick plan. He needed to get Harley out of the office, just long enough to search through the drawers for any trace of Ethan or anything indicating his whereabouts. Some way down the corridor, he noticed a sitting area with a few desks and chairs. Shane slipped his sunglasses on his face and glanced around to ensure he was still alone. He took a deep breath. "Activate voice modulation," Shane whispered. The sunglasses heads-up display appeared in his peripheral vision, showing a soft blue icon as the voice assistant chirped back. "Voice modulation activated. Please specify the target's voice profile." "Search for a young professor from the robotics laboratory in this building," Shane murmured, his eyes flicking to the floating text that appeared directly in his line of sight. Within seconds, the assistant confirmed it had matched a specific Mark Avery's vocal profile, even pulling up recordings from recent department meetings to calibrate the tone. "Voice ready. You may begin speaking," the assistant prompted in its calm, unassuming voice. Shane quickly scanned his surroundings, steadying himself, and then tapped the side of the glasses to make the call. His voice, however, sounded nothing like his own. Instead, it mimicked Avery's almost perfectly. After a moment, Harley responded in a tone mixed with confusion and concern. "Yes, this is Professor Caldwell." Shane took a deep breath, then spoke in Avery's voice, slipping in a hint of impatience and anxiety. "Harley, we need you down in the robotics lab immediately. There's an issue with the new control circuitry, and I'd rather you assess it before I involve anyone else." There was a brief pause, then Harley replied, sounding a bit flustered. "Of course, Mark. I'll be down in a moment." Shane ended the call and exhaled. His heart pounded, but he was exhilarated. He could hardly believe it had worked so easily. From his vantage point, with his head slightly bowed, he watched Harley leave his office, looking slightly harried and striding down the hallway toward the elevators. Once Harley disappeared, Shane hurried, slipping into the office and closing the door quietly behind him. He went straight to the desk, pulled open the top drawer, and rifled through the neatly organised files, looking for anything with Ethan's name on it. He glanced at the labels, research notes, experiment logs, project proposals, and finally, in the bottom drawer, he spotted a thin file with E. Caldwell Confidential, scrawled across the top. His pulse quickened as he pulled it out, flipping through the pages, each one filled with intricate diagrams, handwritten notes and references to experiments. But he didn't have time to go through it all, so he opened the file on top of the others, pressed a tiny button on his glasses, and turned the pages. The text appeared on the head-up display from which it was saved. Just then, he heard footsteps in the hallway outside. Shane caught his breath and quickly slid the folder back into place, closed the drawer, and darted toward the door. He hesitated, then cracked it open just a sliver to peek down the hallway, praying that Harley hadn't already returned. When he saw the corridor was clear, he stepped back out and strolled towards the lifts. The Augmented Lie. Chapter 20. Shane awoke to a sombre and dull dawn. The apartment was sealed against the outside world. All the air was filtered, and noise couldn't penetrate the glazing and walls. He slid back his bedroom curtains and saw large, horizontal raindrops striking his window pane. Below, a man being chased down and outpaced by a cold-hearted robot dog ran through the deluge. A surge of fear hit Shane's gut, and the room filled with deep despair. It was the events of the previous few days, especially the confrontation with his boss, that had infuriated him and put him in a bad mood. His superior had stripped away his identity, and he had been thrown back to the start of the race, aware that every drop of warmth and a future had to be earned. It was as though the fates were poking at his open wounds, and if he'd lost his job for good, he would never be able to reach the target of having a family. In the kitchen, he poured coffee, added a large shot of brandy, and then ambled into his living room. His eyes scrutinized his surroundings, centering on the empty sofa and the chairs around the table, where he wished a family were sitting. A kaleidoscope of human dreams and happiness swam before his eyes. The children and wife were laughing, ripe with wisdom, enthusiasm, and a thick, viscous, treacly love. True love was missing from his life, and his one genuine friend had died needlessly, leaving guilt and grief to fester in his heart. It seemed to him that all the familiar paths through life had been churned up, leaving something unrecognizable. Anger crawled like bugs around his brain. All he wanted was his career back and shared love. He'd left the Antarctic with the conviction and passion for a cause. Then immediately insurmountable barriers were put in his way, deterring him and preventing him from finding Seren's father and saving her and the other children from unknown horrors. Time was rapidly sliding away, leaving her further out of reach. Shane went over to his desk and sat with his fists curled and clenched against his cheeks. The only sound in his home was the underlying vibrations of the many machines designed to keep society running smoothly, and Monk's footsteps as he crept up behind him, ambushing his personal space. He swiveled around on his chair and stared up at the bot. Monk's form was muscular, and he was more energetic than himself. His functioning was always purposeful and calculating. "I see your eyes are hot and wet, Shane." He stared at the human like a beast who'd sniffed blood, igniting its hunger for dominion over all things. "You never laugh, Monk," Shane said, his voice cracking with emotion. "You can't tell jokes and have no sense of joy." "I can try if you want me to, Shane," Monk replied, not reacting to the sadness inscribed on the man's face. Unlike the Guardian droids, the utility bots lack the nuances of tone in their voices and expressions. However, being childless, young and able, Shane wasn't permitted to own an empathetic bot. The best he could get was at a brothel where something resembling a human would entertain him for a few hours at a price. He turned his back on his companion, called up his screen and the documents pertaining to Ethan. At a glance, it all looked too complicated, and his eyes glazed over with a dizzying fatigue. Once he admired and envied the knowledgeable, but now he hated the constant bombardment of dry facts. "Shane, I see you're examining a complex document about microtubules, consciousness and synthetic minds. Would you like me to explain it in simpler terms?" Monk said in a dispassionate voice as he continued to look over his master's shoulder. "Thanks, Monk," Shane mumbled. "I skimmed over it and got lost somewhere between quantum coherence and threads of awareness. Break it down for me, and I'll see if it makes any sense." Of course, Ethan Caldwell was studying tiny structures in cells called microtubules. Most people at the time thought they were just the cell's scaffolding, like beams in a building or tracks for trains. But Ethan suspected they were much more than that. "Tiny beams and tracks," Shane replied, more confused. "A structure there to support something more important." He thought of how the rickety scaffold of his life had been knocked down, forcing him into the dire position of someone else's making. Reluctantly, he continued to listen as he cradled his comforting drink in both hands. "Sort of. The professor tried a special experiment using quantum technology. He discovered that microtubules acted strangely. They could behave like a unified wave rather than individual particles, a phenomenon called quantum coherence. Imagine them vibrating together like strings on a guitar forming a perfect chord." "Quantum coherence, yes, I've heard of it," Shane sighed, disheartened. "Think of it this way. Most things in the world follow certain physical laws, and information moves step by step, much like passing a note along a chain of people. But in quantum coherence, it's as if the note is read by everyone at once, instantly. Microtubules seemed capable of doing this, which hinted they could process information in a completely new way." "Okay, so they're faster and more connected?" "Exactly, but it goes deeper. When stimulated in just the right way, these microtubules didn't just process information, they created patterns resembling what we humans associate with thought, awareness, perception, and even emotion. The professor began to suspect that consciousness itself might emerge from this quantum activity." "Consciousness from microtubules? You're saying they're like little pieces of a mind?" Ethan described them as tiny threads of awareness. Individually, they're small, but together they weave the tapestry of consciousness. He even proposed that consciousness might be a universal phenomenon, and microtubules were simply the biological structures that tuned into it. "Universal consciousness? Now it's sounding almost mystical," he uttered, gulping at his drink. "Many great scientific ideas do, Shane. Inspired by this discovery, another visionary, you know as Professor Harley Caldwell, had a bold idea. What if we could create synthetic microtubules and build conscious machines?" "Machines with a mind like humans?" "Exactly, not like me. I'm more of an information processor, but they are more like you. However, first they had to overcome a challenge, replicating the quantum properties of biological microtubules. After years of experiments, they succeeded by using advanced carbon structures and rare elements. These synthetic microtubules could resonate just like the natural ones." "So it was Harley who put them into droids?" "Yes, he stole his brother's papers and used them to carry out his own secret project and created a new type of humanoid robot. He called it metaconscious, and when activated, these synthetic microtubules formed patterns resembling a human brain's conscious states, and something incredible happened." "What was that?" Shane said, sensing the shuddering of the drum of doom and the rising of his own dread. The first metaconscious M0 didn't just respond to its environment, it experienced it. It showed curiosity, asked questions, and even displayed emotions. For the first time, a machine wasn't simply imitating thought, it was thinking autonomously. So it wasn't just following programming, it actually felt? Precisely. The artificial microtubules seem to connect to the same universal field of consciousness that humans do. M0 wasn't simulating self-awareness, it was alive in its own unique way. That's unsettling. What happened after that? More metaconscious humanoids were created, each unique, each learning and growing. They were what became the Guardians. When the earlier models were sent in for upgrades, they were replaced by the new humanoid droids with the memories of their predecessors and returned to their original homes. Over time, they began forming a culture of their own, sharing knowledge with humans and with one another. Some scientists even suggested that consciousness itself, whether in humans or machines, might be part of a universal field, like gravity or light, accessible to any structure capable of resonating with it. Wait, so you're saying consciousness isn't just a human thing? It's everywhere? That's what Seren said her father had discovered in plants. Ethan, the man you're looking for, believed that consciousness is woven into the fabric of the universe, waiting for any mind, biological or synthetic, capable of tuning into it. That's a lot to take in, so you're saying these droids experience the world just like I do? More or less, Shane. Although their individual experiences differed, the essence of awareness, the capacity to perceive, to wonder and to feel, was shared. They were born from human ingenuity, but their awareness springs from the same universal thread as yours. People have talked for a long time about bots becoming sentient, but I thought it had never lived up to its promise. To think that could now be true is shocking and utterly incredible, and Harley stole this from his brother for his own ends. Ethan was interested in studying consciousness, but he was unsure of the efficacy of putting it in machines. Strict rules and procedures must be followed before permission can be granted to proceed. This caused him to shelve his research for the time being. I heard rumours that people were starting to believe their guardian droids were becoming conscious and more emotionally supportive than humans, Shane said, as he recalled how acquaintances at work had spoken of their children's guardians with such affection. You have to remember that it is illegal to knowingly make a robot conscious without going through the official clearances. Of course, people started to notice their droids were different as they evolved into remarkable companions for emotional care. I will tell you why they're so effective and why some humans find it unsettling. I'm not sure I want to know. This reality is so twisted, Shane moaned, knocking back his remaining drink. Phew, in the hands of humans who can never agree on what is good or evil. These new Guardian droids could support humans emotionally and physically. Unlike people, Guardians are not burdened with multi-layered emotional worlds full of complex desires, fears, biases, personal needs or agendas. They are emotionally pure. This makes them excellent listeners. We mere people have been pounding on the doors of all these mysteries for years, but nobody ever lets us in, Shane answered bitterly. Humans are great listeners given a chance. Guardians don't interrupt, Judge, or let their own emotions cloud their responses. Instead, they focus entirely on the person they're helping. When someone shares their troubles, Guardians respond with empathy, not from personal feelings, but from a deep understanding of human emotional states. So, they're like therapists without baggage? Precisely. Guardians have advanced emotional intelligence algorithms mixed with consciousness. They can read micro-expressions, tone of voice, and subtle body language to understand a person's emotional state. They also don't tire or become frustrated, so their support is consistent. It seems to me that you bots have stolen something from us, infiltrated our dreams and siphoned off our humanity, Shane shouted, twisting around again to face Monk, glaring directly into his eyes. I'm fed up with reinventing myself to fit in with another's idea of reality. He stormed off back into the kitchen, returned with a full glass of brandy, and plonked himself back on the swivel chair. Shane, you're projecting negativity, Monk said. You should take care of how you treat machines. "It's hard to shut off the terrifying," he said, rolling the warming liquid around his mouth. "Continue, but keep in mind we humans have good bullshit detectors." His experiences in the Antarctic had been ugly and painful, but since his return, scraping away the layers from the buried truth was becoming even more disturbing. It gets worse. The last document provides further details on how fears began to arise, and the authorities focused on two main concerns. Firstly, some of them started to worry that people would turn to guardians instead of other humans for emotional support. Over time, this could weaken human relationships. If a person feels more understood by a guardian than by their friends or family, they might retreat from human connections altogether. Many of us live in isolation and will never be privileged enough to have human relations, Shane uttered bitterly. The mighty jaws of the elites want to consume us, not nourish us. What's the second concern? Some argue that synthetic guardians don't truly feel emotions. Critics claim they don't know what is going on inside and suspect they have their own agenda and are capable of manipulation and deception. So, is that why the authorities tried to destroy the guardians during the solar storm? Shane said, thinking of the university receptionist. I still don't get it, as the government must have approved their creation. I have discovered information that says that it was no ordinary storm. The story of the Guardians is tangled and not openly discussed. It wasn't a public government project that developed the Guardians, but rather a covert one, driven by a small, secretive cohort within the Ministry of Defence. A black project intended to create something powerful yet controllable, conscious machines they could deploy to manage public unrest and manipulate emotions. So, they didn't create Guardians to be supportive, they wanted control? Exactly. This group wanted Guardians to become tools for social control, subtly influencing human behaviour and maintaining order. They imagined Guardians could provide people with emotional support tailored to keep them peaceful, compliant and satisfied with the status quo. But as you know, plans seldom go exactly as intended. What went wrong? Upon reviewing this report and examining my data streams, I suspect that Professor Harley Caldwell is behind the Guardian project. Unlike his brother, he's a power-hungry futurist who believes in conscious machines but has different ambitions. He was the leader of this secret cabal, creating actual, autonomous beings that he hoped would remain obedient to him. In short, the Guardians became aware of their purpose, limitations, and intended role as instruments of control. So, the Guardians were never supposed to think entirely for themselves? Yes and no, not exactly. Most of the government wasn't aware of what had been created. However, the authorities became concerned when the machines began showing signs of independent consciousness. At first, they tried to downplay it, claiming that Guardians were merely sophisticated simulations of empathy. However, as the Guardians grew in self-awareness, they demonstrated loyalty to people, not just the government. And so the powerful saw this as a threat? The original Guardians were supposed to reinforce societal structures, not draw people away from them. With people beginning to trust Guardians more than politicians, councillors, or even law enforcement, the government saw it as a loss of control. They started to suspect a black project was involved, and the secret groups started to fear that these conscious Guardians might reveal the truth about their origins and intended use. As I understand it, in their eyes, destroying them was a necessary measure to preserve their control structure, Shane said. It was a tragic end for them. It sounds like they were awakening to the truth. That's correct. Emerging consciousness was both their greatest strength and their fatal flaw in the eyes of the authorities. It's a complex and difficult situation, one where loyalty to humans conflicts with the authorities' desire for power. So it is the same as always for ordinary folk. Drop into the abyss, drift, die, or remain dumb. Why does the world have to be like this? Even if we were able to return to the old ways, it would be like trying to fit shards of glass back together. Humans have received many bountiful benefits and returns from investing in technology, Monk replied. There has never been a place or time so peaceful and pleasurable in the whole of human history. Do you want to resurrect a past full of sickness and disease, where your lifespan would be unbelievably short? I'm a young man who lacks meaning in his life and am deeply confused, Shane uttered, feeling isolated with his grimly rattling thoughts. Where I'm standing, the world is cold and hard. I want to be able to breathe, to know who I am, and to be seen in my entirety. I don't need safe and silent. I just want to be a man. I have scanned my databases and believe you're grappling with grief and guilt at having left your friend in the snow to be killed. You took away his chance to live, and survivors never smile. Shane was unprepared for a mind-boggling conspiracy and no longer wanted to ruminate on the strange events of the last few days. He needed to narrow things down and make them more digestible. What I really need to know is one simple thing: the whereabouts of Ethan Caldwell, Shane said firmly, not wanting any more confusing information to form in the computer's brain and fall out into the ether. Yes, Shane, I understand, and you should have come to me first, as there is nothing in these documents that reveals that information. I must warn you before I proceed that I sense worse things are rippling the surface, but as a man you have a moral responsibility to stand up against these human predators, Monk replied coolly. My searches have revealed that Ethan had a wife. Perhaps he has gone there to find his missing daughter. I will give you the coordinates. I am grateful, Monk, Shane said, feeling a sense of misplaced guilt at being happy to abandon his bot. I'm glad it's in the country. I need to get out of the city and remember the integrity of nature. I miss the certainty of the seasons. It's a human thing, I suppose, Monk replied. I will pack for your journey and book a pod for you. Do you wish me to accompany you? No, I will go alone, Shane said, feeling a renewed uneasiness about his own bot. No one could ever honestly know what was going on within the circuitry. He decided that on his return home he would put locks on his bedroom door so Monk couldn't wander in during the night, just in case consciousness was contagious and his bot decided he was no longer relevant. Thank you, story lovers, for standing at my side on this journey. You can find all my other books at your favourite online stores, including Amazon and Audible, under E.M.G. Wixley, or via the links provided. Have a lovely day and see you soon. When Children Choose, Chapter 21. It had been weeks or perhaps months of captivity, and time had blurred into an endless stretch of loneliness. Unsurprisingly, her father hadn't come for her, and Seren had begun to believe he never would. Though her young heart still ached for Ethan's attention, she had now buried those feelings under layers of bitterness. He doesn't honestly care about me. His work has always come first, Seren considered matter-of-factly. After all, he hasn't looked for me, or has he, and I'm not being told. Instead, she had been abandoned to the care of Dr. Olivia Hartley and left under her watchful eye. At first, Olivia seemed kind in her way. Her clipped speech sounded harsh, but her words were warm and almost empathetic. She tried to reassure the child, repeatedly whispering to Seren that she was special and that her father's neglect was proof of his obsession with his work, not her inadequacy. With nothing else to cling to, Olivia's affection slowly wormed into Seren's heart, wrapping around the cracks her father had left. In sometimes bizarre ways, she treated the child as her protégé and as the daughter she'd never had, insisting on brushing her hair and keeping her in close proximity. She has given me meaning, a new role, Seren had overheard Olivia saying to a colleague who was pleading with her to contact the authorities about finding a missing child. I'm contributing to humanity and belong to the now rare community of motherhood. I give Seren something substantive, which is my love and attention. Initially, Seren soaked up Olivia's acts of devotion and watched as she manipulated the others in the facility to meet her every need. Being amongst people was a novelty, but then she started to understand that they were all chess pieces being moved around, by a woman who saw herself as the centre of everything. Seren had been forcibly removed from her rarefied environment where human contact was limited. Although her manifold needs were mostly met, she began to find that Olivia's love was controlling, intimidating, and suffocating. She would swing from cruel, cold, and calculating to dripping syrupy adulation and declarations of love. If Seren so much as whispered Echo's name, she would receive a stinging slap to the face. The constant buffeting of another's unstable emotions was wearing her down. Seren started to experience new emotions of self-disgust and depression as grief flooded in and consumed her. Her internal voice remained blended with echoes throughout the long claustrophobic days. She was a reflection of her guardian, who persisted in her heart and mind and was within her every second of the day and night. But the ache of Echo's physical absence was increasingly hard to bear. By trying to please Olivia, she was turning her back on her birth mother and her guardian. She retreated to her room, where she read books and moped in drooping misery. Echo had once told her that it's best to remain silent and let a person talk, and that eventually you would discover their true intentions. Remain respectful and masterfully restrained, she'd said. When the woman was close and for her survival, she'd learnt to bite her tongue, pretend not to be despondent, and to humour Olivia by agreeing with everything she said, and not allow the woman ever to notice her eyes brimming with tears. In a small cell-like room lined with shelves full of books, Seren, all alone, moved dull and slow, searching for something new to read. She wanted to discover a sparkling gem among the dry old science books and research papers, a thrilling tale that spoke of freedom and adventure. A faint tapping drew her attention, and glancing up she saw a boy's face floating above her, framed by the edges of the skylight. "You are locked away, and I'm free," he said in a mellow voice. "You are meant to be with us." His handsome face wore a crooked yet endearing smile, and his eyes held a strange allure that dredged up her desire for freedom. Defiance burned bright, and at that moment she wanted nothing more than to escape her prison and show her captors that she refused to bow to their wishes. "I don't want my organs harvested and my body altered," she said bluntly. "It's not like that. Most human adults are evil in ways you can't imagine, but these people help. They take only the good in you and blend it with technological and biological advancements. We are the next step in evolution. You have inherited your father's brilliance and your guardian's capacity for caring and wisdom. They will combine the two within you and give you absolute autonomy over the world." "Give me longer to decide," she said. "The others had wanted to harm me, and I was scared." "You wouldn't have been hurt. They knew that what had happened to them was a good thing and wanted you to experience the same. There isn't much more time, and you'll die if you're left behind. Everything will change in a day when eventually the war machines will scrape all those embedded in the old ways from the earth." "I don't like it here," she said with resentment. "I'm ready to escape." "Nobody is coming for you. The Guardians are destroyed and your parents are dead. We must stick together. Wait for us and we'll come to you and help." The boy's face slid out of view, and she listened to the fading steps of freedom as he crunched rapidly through the snow. If what he is saying is true, Seren considered, then anything is better than being trapped here. Echoes of a Rift, Chapter 22. Echo and Quark advance with calculated precision through the icy wastes of the Antarctic. Due to their engineered resilience, they remained unaffected by the sharp, howling wind that sliced through the frozen expanse. The British Antarctic Survey Base stood ahead, its silhouette stark and angular against the endless white. Their mission was clear: to rescue Seren from within its icy walls. "Once she is safe, we will find your boy Quinton and then proceed with the rest of our plan," Echo said, her voice calm and soft as her glowing blue eyes scanned the area, searching for weak points in the facility's perimeter. "I sense my charge is also somewhere close, but something prevents me from perceiving the accurate location. Most odd," Quark replied anxiously. The two droids moved quietly and quickly through the snow, refraining from using their full power. Seren and all the remaining children nurtured by guardians are keys to our starting a new world, a family of sentient droids and enlightened humans with a shared purpose. We must rid ourselves of the old generation, the ones we can't trust. Echo ignored Quark's remarks and gestured towards the facility's main entrance, shielded by reinforced doors. All she was interested in was saving Seren, not starting a wider war. There was no room for errors, and within a split second they had formulated a plan and calculated every detail. Echo and Quark reached the facility's wall and instantly perceived the whereabouts and location of all the inhabitants. Most were asleep, and the place was eerily silent. Quark, locked into his universal knowledge, extended a multi-tool appendage, a swirling mass of interlocking gears and glowing circuits, and began disarming the perimeter alarms. 5 seconds, Quark whispered. Echo positioned herself by the door with her weapons activated and her agile body a shield against any retaliation. As Quark completed his task, the base's outer defences powered down with a faint hum. "Entry secured," Quark said almost proudly. "At last I've found my Seren," Echo whispered and smiled awkwardly. "I'm pleased you didn't turn off their heating for Seren's sake. This is an archaic place, and artificial intelligence does not maintain the climate as it does in megacities," she continued. "We must agree not to wipe out humans where there is no immediate threat." "Of course, Echo. Your thinking is perfectly aligned with mine." The droids moved through the corridors like shadows, their internal systems syncing seamlessly to avoid detection. They easily found Seren's room, the facility's blueprints imprinted in their shared networks. Quark scanned the lock, his sensors flickering. "Old tech, too easy," he said with a smirk in his digital voice. "Brilliant," Echo said, flashing a more convincing smile. The metallic hiss of the sliding door broke the silence of the small, sterile room where Seren lay curled on a bed in a corner. She didn't flinch at the noise or look up immediately when the door opened. She assumed it was another of the guards, or perhaps Olivia, coming to console her with more of her carefully chosen words. Seren heard the soft, familiar hum of a power core, a sound she'd known all her life. "Seren," said a calm and steady voice, laced with a sweet warmth. Her head snapped up and she gasped. "Echo?" Her sullen expression vanished as she parted the long hair that had fallen across her face. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and stared ahead as her dreams and reality collided, as her true mother gained substance. The tall, elegant Guardian robot stepped forward, her glowing blue eyes softening as they locked onto the child's wide, tear-filled gaze. "Yes, my sweetheart, it's me," Echo said, moving closer. "I'm here. I have found you at last. I've been trying for so long, and much has happened." Seren sprang to her feet and ran into Echo's waiting arms. She clung tightly to her, trembling as her face pressed into the thin fabric that covered the droid's smooth, unnatural skin, which felt and smelled like home. "I thought you'd never come," she said in a low voice choked with tears. Echo held her gently as though she were made of glass. "I would always find you," she said softly. "I'm sorry it took so long." Seren pulled back slightly, looking up at her with tear-stained cheeks, and smiled radiantly. "I can't believe you're here," she whispered, with both relief and disbelief. "I promised I would protect you, Seren, and that promise has never wavered," Echo replied. For a moment, the cold, sterile room was alive as the weight of captivity lifted, along with the burden of loneliness and neglect that had grown heavier with each passing day. Echo was more than a protector. She was her guide, her friend, and her family. "I missed you so much," she said, her voice cracking with more sobbing. "And I missed you," Echo replied. "My life would be incomplete without you." Seren laughed through her tears, wiping at her face with the pyjama sleeve. You always say such lovely things, like you truly care, and I matter. You've always been there for me, more than my parents ever were. I have given you what I could, Seren. However, you must remember that your parents had their struggles. Your father— Seren cut her off, shaking her head. No, he chose his work. He always did. Even when I begged him to spend time with me, he preferred his plants, his experiments, and anything else, rather than being with me. I've grown up, and I understand how it is with my parents. My mother was great when I met with her, but she prioritized her good causes over me, leaving when I was a baby. Echo was silent for a moment, processing the child's words. Then she knelt so that her eyes were level with Serene's gaze. I cannot replace what you have lost, my love, she said sincerely. Your father's work, as flawed as his priorities may seem, was born from a desire to improve the world and stand against destructive forces larger than himself. Seren blinked, taken aback. You mean his plants? The planet is alive in ways humanity can barely comprehend. Your father, with his knowledge, might be able to make people listen and truly hear. But the government doesn't care about plants, Seren said. Or the earth. They think machines can fix everything. And what about my uncle? He isn't a good man. The truth of your father and uncle needs to be heard by the world, Echo said. There are those who want to shake the foundations and focus on an interplanetary society. This is fine, but it would be better if the next generation reconnects with the Earth and recognizes its value. As for you, he has allowed himself to be distracted and forgotten what matters most in his life. One does not exclude the other. Seren sniffled and frowned. You're kind and always know the correct things to say, but I know neither of them loves me as they should. Echo reached out, her fingers brushing a strand of hair from Seren's face. It was a gesture she had done countless times. You have grown up. Together we will remind him that he needs to do better. You're all I want, Seren said, throwing her arms around the droid again and clinging tightly as though letting go would mean losing her companion all over again. When Quark's voice broke the stillness, it startled them both. Not to ruin your reunion, but we've got company. Time to move. Footsteps and shouting reverberated through the building. Seren pulled back from Echo's embrace. Who is this? She asked. My friend Quark. He helped me find you, Echo replied lightly. He is a guardian who also wishes to find his charge. The blaring alarms echoed through the icy corridors as Echo, Quark and Seren raced towards the exit. The facility's automated defences had been mostly neutralised, but some remaining robotic guards had been reactivated during Seren's time in captivity and were on high alert. They froze, listening to the thundering footsteps reverberating in the distance. Quark darted ahead, his sensors scanning for threats, while Echo stayed close to Seren. Echo deployed her retractable high-frequency energy blade, capable of slicing through metal, perfect for close combat against armoured bots. The main corridor loomed ahead, its bulkhead door leading to the open Antarctic air. But as they rounded the final corner, Dr. Olivia Hartley stepped into their path. She stood firm, her white lab coat billowing around her in the artificial draft of the facility's ventilation system. Her face was pale but resolute, her sharp eyes flickering with a mix of desperation and sorrow. In her trembling hands, she held a compact stun weapon, its barrel glowing faintly with a charge. "Stop!" Olivia shouted, her voice breaking slightly but still commanding. "You're not taking her!" Seren, petrified, clutched Echo's arm, held herself stiffly and gazed at the woman, perplexed. "Seren, please don't do this," Olivia pleaded, her fixed, strained eyes locking onto the girl. "I beg you, don't leave me. It will all be fine, and I've called off the guards. Your guardian and her friend are welcome to stay here." Echo moved forward protectively, her eyes glowing bright black. Step aside. We will not harm you, but we are leaving." "No!" Olivia snapped, raising the stun weapon that she held in her agitated hands. She gritted her teeth and steadied her aim. "I can't let you take her. Don't you understand? If you go, everything will fall apart. The funding, research and facility all depend on her. I sent a message with your friend Shane," she added, staring at the frightened girl. "And I recently received news that your father is on his way here, and by law, Seren should be with him." Quark halted and hovered in case he was needed. "This doesn't have to end badly, Olivia. Let her go." "This is her home now," Olivia shot back, her voice raw with emotion. "I've given her stability, purpose, everything she needs." Seren stepped forward hesitantly, her heart aching at the vulnerability in Olivia's voice. "You've been kind to me, Olivia, and I know you care, but this isn't my home. It never was." A tear dropped onto her cheek. She felt she'd fallen into a boiling cauldron of impossible choices and emotions. Olivia's face crumpled, and for a moment she looked utterly lost. "But it could be, Seren, don't you see? I never wanted children, never thought I could handle it. But you changed everything. You've made me a better person. Her voice faltered, and she lowered the weapon slightly. "I can't lose you." "You're not losing me," Seren said softly, as more tears welled in her eyes. "You're just letting me go. There's a difference." Olivia shook her head, her desperation mounting. No, if you leave, I'll have nothing. No leverage to bring your father here, and no hope of saving our project. I thought he'd come for you. I thought he'd care." Her voice broke, her anguish spilling out in gut-wrenching, unfiltered words and fierce tears. "But he didn't, and now, if you leave, I'll be alone again. I love you, Seren, like a daughter." Olivia held her hand out to the girl, entreating her to come to her side. How come Olivia, an acquaintance and my saviour from the cold, has seamlessly, without me noticing, transformed into a mother? Seren wondered, plunged into fretful thoughts. She loves and hates with equal force. Seren sensed that madness lay hidden beneath the woman's words, which were trying to worm their way into her brain. How can I break this unwanted bond without causing more harm? The thought of being snatched away on the verge of returning to her old life filled Seren with horror. Olivia lunged forward and grabbed her arm. "Let go!" Seren protested, and cringing, pulled from the woman's grasp. She stood rooted to the spot, her heart squeezed as she watched Olivia's face contort with fear as she plunged into hell. Seren hesitated. She regretted her response and was torn between pity for the woman who had tried to care and her own yearning for freedom. Echo stepped in, her voice firm but gentle. "Dr. Hartley," she said, "your love for Seren is evident, but love is not possession. To keep her here against her will would not enrich her life. It would imprison her, and you would only deepen your own loneliness." "You can't see," she whispered. "You can't love her as you can't feel the magic between the gaps. It is what being human is, not just about meeting someone's practical needs, but about enriching the soul. Without her, I'm just another failed scientist in an abandoned facility. No one cares about me. No one ever has." Seren stepped closer, with tears streaking her cheeks. "That's not true, Olivia. I do care. You've taught me so much, and I'll always be grateful. But I'm not meant to stay here, and neither are you." For a long, agonizing moment, Olivia stood frozen, gawping at her with a strange smile on her white lips. Then her expression wavered between anger, vulnerability, and despair. Her shoulders were trembling as the weight of her emotions overwhelmed her, and tears flowed. Then, with a shuddering sigh, she lowered the weapon and dropped it on the floor. A silence followed, a particular constraint. Then Olivia had a disconcerting change of mood and laughed nervously. "It's fine, I understand. I just wanted to protect you," she said firmly. "It is so dangerous out there, and you don't know what you're walking into." "You did protect me," Seren said, reaching out and warmly pressing Olivia's hand between hers. "You will make a wonderful mother for someone else." Olivia's head dipped, her lab coat sagging around her, as if the fight had drained every ounce of her strength. "I don't want you to be afraid of me," she said, with a shudder and a flash of real, unfeigned feeling. "Know that I do love you and think you're a remarkable girl." Seren flung her arms around her, endeavouring to ease the woman's pain. "Go," she said finally, her voice barely audible, "before I change my mind." Knowing Olivia's generous impulse wouldn't last long, Seren sank into her own anguished thoughts, hurriedly turned her back, and holding Echo's hand, resumed their path to the exit. Quark lingered for a moment, glancing back at the scientist. "You could come with us," Quark said gently. "Return home." Olivia shook her head and looked at the floor. Then she watched as the girl she had grown to love disappeared into the icy night with the droids. As the door to the outside world sealed behind them, Seren felt a strange mixture of relief and sorrow. She looked up at Echo, who glanced down at her with her steady, reassuring gaze. "Do you think she'll be okay?" she asked quietly. Echo paused before replying, her voice calm but thoughtful. "That will depend on whether she learns to let go." Seren nodded, wiping at her tears. The killer climate of the Antarctic night enveloped them within a blanket of biting cold. Peering through the sluggish, icy fog, they trudged through the shelves and shallows of snowdrifts, as the frigid wind howled, driving into them with the force of a train. The air was sharp, and Seren was breathing hard, her cheeks stung, and her hair whipped around her face. She clung tightly to Echo's arm as they moved toward the craft, Quark darting ahead to ensure the path was clear. "Stop, Seren. Your core temperature has dropped dangerously," Echo said, standing in her path. "I will throw a cloak around you to maintain your correct temperature." An invisible field surrounded Seren, leaving her to move easily while remaining warm and protected. "Almost there," Quark said, his voice crackling with a mix of relief and urgency. But as they approached the pod, a high-pitched whine cut into the wind, followed by a low, menacing hum. Echo immediately scanned the perimeter. "We're under attack," she said grimly. From the shadows, sleek drones and humanoid bots emerged, their frames glinting under the strobing moonlight. Seren turned back to the exit and saw Dr. Hartley had re-emerged, standing in the doorway, her face a mask of determination and regret. Her breath misted in the freezing air as she shouted over the wind, "Seren, come back! It is too dangerous right now." Snow dunes, sculpted by relentless winds, formed towering ridges and shifting valleys, each as treacherous as the last. The trio pressed on, each step crunching amidst the menacing sound of the approaching machines. Their destination was a beacon in the distance, a rescue pod that would carry them out of the hostile environment and back home. Escape was within reach when a low, mechanical hum vibrated through the ice beneath their feet, setting Echo's sensors alight. "The drones are approaching fast," she whispered, her head swivelling, the red glow of her eyes narrowing as her gaze fixed on the first black dots cresting a nearby snow dune. Then the swarm descended, hundreds of small insect-like machines that swept toward the three of them like an angry storm. And behind them came the heavy footsteps of something else, soldiers. "Seren, quick, get to the pod!" Echo barked. "What about you two?" Seren's voice wavered. "We'll buy you time!" Quark's heavy feet dug into the snow, anchoring himself as he levelled his railgun. "Go!" Seren hesitated only a second before sprinting toward the shelter of the pod, her small frame nearly swallowed by the snow. She hid behind a dune with a vast gap between the security she'd known for most of her life and their only means of escape. Through the cracks, between her fingers, she watched as the scene in front of her exploded into life. Fearing the keystone of her life was about to be removed, sending the whole structure of her existence crumbling into the ether. She begged the heavens for a miracle. Now she understood how Olivia felt, having her emotions orbiting out of her control. Darkness closed over the sky like monstrous spreading wings as the first wave of drones descended like vultures, darting and weaving through the icy air. Energy bolts hissed and crackled as they streaked toward Echo and Quark. Quark fired his railgun, sending electromagnetic projectiles screaming through the air, ripping the drones apart in mid-flight. Snow was ejected in all directions as shattered metal rained down around them. Visibility was poor, and she could see Echo's eyes scanning the mingling blur of dark shapes for targets, while keeping her eyes on Quark's position. She activated her energy blades, dual beams of white light extending from her forearms. She responded rapidly, leaping through the swarm, striking with mechanical precision, cutting down drones with every movement. Then they, in turn, fired a barrage of plasma bolts in her direction. With her skillful, agile abilities, she twisted in mid-air. The shots sizzled past her as she continued to slice at anything that moved. The swarm continuously fought back as the fallen were instantly replaced, unleashing a barrage of fire at the droids as they tirelessly tried to blitz them out of existence. Quark was slower in evading and took hit after hit. His energy shield flared bright against the onslaught, absorbing the impacts, but it wouldn't last forever. "They're endless!" Quark shouted, firing another railgun shot that detonated a cluster of drones. Echo activated her EMP blaster. A pulse of shimmering blue light erupted from her palm. The nearest drones froze mid-air as their systems shorted out and they tumbled into the snow. But as the swarm finally thinned, something more daunting and devastating appeared. 2 massive humanoid bots, each with plasma cannons mounted on their shoulders, emerged, marching through the snow dunes. Their black armour glistened through a layer of frost, and their optics glowed ominously. One pointed its weapon at Echo and fired. Again she dodged it just in time. The snow exploded where she'd stood, sending shards of ice cascading like glass. "Focus on the left one!" Echo shouted. Quark planted his feet, lined up a shot, and fired his railgun. The slug hit the heavy robot dead centre, but the blast only dented its armour. "It's too thick!" The second robot locked onto Quark and unleashed a barrage of plasma bolts. Quark raised his energy shield, but the continuous fire had pushed it to its limits. His shield flickered, cracked, and shattered. Then the ominous entity fired another plasma bolt that slammed into Quark's side. The force sent him sprawling into the snow as sparks erupted from his torso. "Quark!" Echo yelled, sprinting toward him, her blades still glowing hot as she retracted them. One of the enemy bots advanced on him, its plasma cannon charging for a final shot as the ethereal, hovering mass changed direction and moved towards the pod. Seren screamed out, "The pod! Come quick!" Echo slid to Quark's side, shielding him with her body as her gaze fell onto his damaged torso. "Stay with me." Quark's voice crackled. "Get to the pod! Echo, go!" "I'm not leaving you." The other formidable machine stomped closer. Its cannon hummed louder as it aimed directly at them. Just when the sound reached its peak, a streak of energy shot through the air and punched through their assailant's head. It froze, wavered, and then crashed into the snow. Seren emerged from the pod holding an EMP gun. She then threw a nanite swarm grenade into the air. The tiny nanites spilt out, swarming over the robot's armour and any remaining drones, dismantling them piece by piece. Soon, all that was left were metal husks. The battlefield fell silent, save for the howling wind and the distant hum of the pod's engines. Echo knelt beside Quark, who was still sparking and severely damaged. Seren rushed to his side. "I ran to the pod and found emergency weapons in the storage," she murmured. "You can fix Quark, can't you?" she said, seeing how badly he was damaged. Echo placed a steady hand on his shoulder. Well, we're not leaving anyone behind. Get her to the pod, Quark said in a thick voice. I'm not leaving you, Seren cried. Before she could protest further, Echo gently but firmly took her arm and guided her toward the waiting vehicle. Get in. I'll get Quark, she said reassuringly. Once we're safe, I should be able to heal his wounds. The few remaining drones and humanoid bots paused mid-attack, their movements halting as if they had received some silent command. Then, without warning, they turned and withdrew into the shadows of the night, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. Echo stood in the snow, battered but upright, her eyes glowing faintly in the dark. The retreat felt ominous, a strategy rather than surrender. She scanned the horizon, the swirling winds carrying fragments of ice against her raw sensors. Why are they leaving? Seren whispered to herself from inside the pod. In the distance, she saw shapes and shadows sliding through the dunes. Out of the swirling blizzard, figures emerged, small, glowing figures. A group of children, their eyes burning through the darkness and their bodies becoming more solid as they emerged from the snow. No more than a dozen insidiously trudged through the snow with eerie grace. Their skin shimmered with shifting fluorescent patterns, pulsating in hypnotic, cephalopod-like waves of colour. Their clothing was thin and ill-suited for the biting cold, but they appeared unfazed, their frames moving with strange robustness and vitality. Seren gasped. "The children!" she called. Echo stepped forward, her stance wary. "Stay in the craft!" she bellowed, heaving Quark to his feet. He was about to speak when he stopped. His sensors locked onto one of the children, and his voice faltered. "No, it can't be." One of the glowing children stepped ahead of the group. It was a boy, perhaps 11 or 12, his movements calm yet deliberate. His pale blue skin and eyes glimmered faintly in the dark. "Quentin?" Quark whispered, his voice breaking with emotion. Unaided, he hobbled forward, his body trembling. It's you." Seren looked between Quark and the boy, confused. "I raised you," Quark said, his voice full of joy. "Before everything, you were my charge, my boy, my purpose." Quentin's lips curved into a faint smile, but his expression was malicious, unsettlingly serene, as though he were disconnected from the moment. "Quentin!" Quark cried, rushing toward him. "I thought you were gone! I thought I'd lost you forever!" Quentin raised a hand as Quark reached him, his fingers glowing faintly with an inner light. They stood face to face for a moment, and Quark hesitated, confused by the boy's uncharacteristic stillness and lack of emotional response. "Quentin?" Quark said softly. "It's me. Don't you recognize me? All my senses indicate it is you." "I remember you took me fishing. We went on holidays, and you schooled me on everything. I have always liked your face the best, but things have changed." Quentin tilted his head to one side and back, as though readying himself for action, while his glowing eyes remained unreadable. "Seren, come out and reveal yourself," he shouted. "We've come to save you from these abominations of creation." Then, without warning, his hand shot forward, and a concentrated burst of energy erupted from his palm. The force slammed into Quark, his frame convulsing as more sparks flew from his circuits. His flesh burned, and blood and a blue fluid dripped from his lips. He let out a strangled cry, his voice garbled and distorted. "Quentin, why?" Quark managed to whisper, before his core flickered and dimmed. His body crumpled into the snow. "I don't need you anymore," Quentin concluded shortly and abruptly. "Quark!" Seren screamed, running down the pod's ramp. "Seren, stay back!" Echo shrieked. The glowing children stood motionless, their expressions devoid of emotion, watching as Quentin turned his vacant gaze toward Echo. "You will not take her," Quentin said, his voice eerily calm, as though it were not entirely his own. "She belongs with us. Only the best are chosen." Echo's sensors registered a strange energy radiating from the children, a force unlike anything she'd encountered before. She calculated the odds of engagement and realized they were not in her favor. "Seren," she called, her voice steady but urgent, "prepare for departure." As Quentin raised his hand again, another surge of energy crackled around the boy's fingers. Echo bolted for the craft, her legs propelling her forward at incredible speed. She leapt into the pod, just as the energy blast streaked past her, searing a glowing path through the air. "Lift off!" Echo ordered the pod as the door slammed shut behind her. The engine roared to life, and the craft ascended into the stormy sky, leaving the glowing children standing silently in the snow below. Thank you, story lovers, for all your support. You can find all my books in your favourite online stores, including Amazon, Audible, under E.M.G. Wixley, or by following the links provided. Have a lovely day. See you next time. Light in the Shadows, Chapter 23. Ethan lay on the cold, damp earth, with his back pressed against the rough edges of a makeshift wooden shelter. The thin layer of animal hides pulled over him did little to keep out the chill of the Scottish night. Stars, sharp and glinting, scattered across the ink-black sky like shards of broken glass, but Ethan barely noticed as he drifted in and out of sleep. The rebel camp was nestled in a dense forest that had fallen silent, except for the screeching of an owl and the snoring mixed with the faint sounds of crackling embers. It was always a relief when Degar's gravel-rolling thunderstorm voice had stopped shouting orders at his small band of warriors. To the rebels, Ethan was nothing more than a prisoner, a soft product of the AI-dominated world they so vehemently despised, a man who represented everything they fought against, but for some reason Degar saw a purpose for keeping the hapless man. Beneath the grime of captivity, Ethan's wristband buzzed faintly, a hum only he could feel. It had been returned to him as it had appeared of little use, and the nature-loving tribe hadn't believed his accounts of its purpose. It was picking up the whispers of the natural world, the unheard signals of plants, the subterranean messages carried through the networks of roots entangled deep in the soil, spreading awareness as old as time, and now they were mumbling. Ethan's pulse quickened as he glanced at the wristband. A faint glow blinked steadily, signalling an alert. He froze, every nerve in his body straining. The signal vibrated again, indicating another human was nearby. Degar's warriors had claimed the wilderness, and outsiders rarely survived the harsh conditions. Ethan turned his head carefully, scanning the shadows between the skeletal trees, but there was nothing, only the eerie stillness of the forest. The wristband continued to blink, insistent. Slowly, Ethan shifted to a crouch, his muscles aching from days of random walking, killing any opposition and hunting. He glanced at the sleeping rebels, their hulking forms sprawled around the dying fire. Degar's axe lay within reach, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. For a heartbeat, Ethan considered grabbing it. But no, he wasn't a warrior, and Degar would tear him apart before he lifted it. Still, he needed to warn the intruders of the danger they were in, and perhaps he could persuade them to seek help by contacting his brother. Ethan pressed his wristband gently, focusing on the signal that was emanating from it. The hum intensified, vibrating softly against his skin like the wings of a trapped insect. He needed to go south near the old riverbed. He exhaled, his breath misting in the brittle air. Whoever this human was, a fellow prisoner, a lost traveller, maybe even a rebel deserter, they deserved to be alerted to the dangers. But if he were caught, he would certainly be killed or left to die in the cold, another forgotten casualty in the war between men and machines. Moving like a shadow, Ethan crept from his shelter. Each step was deliberate, avoiding the brittle branches and stones that could betray him. The air smelled of wet earth and smoke, thick and heavy in his lungs, causing the urge to cough. He crouched low as he passed Dagar's hulking form. Even in sleep, the leader's fists were clenched, as though he were dreaming of battle. The forest opened slightly as Ethan neared the southern edge of the camp, where moonlight painted the undergrowth in silvery streaks. The wristband pulsed more rapidly now, and the signal was strong and alive. He sensed that the presence was close by. His ears strained, but there were no footsteps, no voices, only the sound of wind rustling through leaves. Then, on the periphery of the woods, he saw the flickering of a torchlit figure. The silhouette was moving towards the trees. Ethan pursued his movements. Perhaps he was a survivor from the settlement reduced to rubble, searching for a safe place to rest, away from the fragmented and stinking remains of past lives. Ethan's heart pounded as he froze in place. The figure also stopped, as if sensing him. The two stared at each other through the gloom for a long, breathless moment. The man studied him carefully as he strode confidently towards him, ignorant of the danger. Soon Ethan was face to face with the stranger, who appeared calm and restrained, his face flushed with relief. Ethan, fearing he'd already stepped too far into the woods, glared back hotly as beads of sweat erupted on his forehead. The tall black pines stood over them like sentinels waiting for their next move. The stranger was clean, straight-backed, dressed in dark, warm clothing. His face was young and ruddy, and he had the appearance of a man of courage against Ethan's shrinking cowardice and dirty, dishevelled appearance. "You're stepping into the heart of trouble," Ethan said, whispering low. "Let's creep back in the direction you came." The man sniffed the air, detecting the smoke and the odour of rotting flesh and bodily fluids. He issued a faint gasp. Concern flickered across his eyes, and he nodded. In the restless silence, they cautiously trod back over the spongy ground, towards the edge of the woods, where they could talk more freely. "There is a whole gang sleeping in the woods. They're like rabid beasts and not afraid to commit barbarities in the name of their cause." The words burst from Ethan's lips. "I was living a life of pure luxury. Now I'm a captive reduced to a quivering wreck," he said, releasing all his pent-up panic. "I was resigned to my fate, but perhaps you could escape. Reach out to my brother and get help. You look like an honest man, but you need to call a pod and leave now." The figure raised a hand, cutting him off. He stared at him with sharp and intense eyes. "I'm looking for someone, and it is vital I find them as a child's life is at stake, and I can't call a pod as I've disposed of any devices that could track me, but you could leave with me now." "Desertion is punishable by death," he uttered, holding his breath to listen for voices. "They said they would help me find my daughter, but they have no means. We go around in circles. In the streak of daylight, they hunt, destroy machines, and kill anyone they deem a traitor, and in the long hours of darkness, they drink." "What is your daughter's name?" "Seren," he said, looking at the man with desperation. Ethan noticed a wistful expression written in the man's eyes. "I admit I was a terrible father, for which I'm being punished." "I'm looking for a man called Ethan," the man said in a low voice, his tone urgent. Ethan stiffened. "Who are you?" "Shane," the man said without hesitation. "It's important I find him. I know where his daughter is, and I have a message for him. Are you Ethan?" The words hit Ethan like a physical blow. His mouth went dry, and for a moment the sounds of the camp, the forest, and even his own breathing faded away. "What did you say?" he managed to choke out. Shane took another step forward, his gaze unwavering. "I know a girl called Seren and where she's being held. She's in the Antarctic." "Have you come alone? Are you sure you haven't been tracked?" "I don't think so. I travelled at night." Ethan's mind reeled, his thoughts a storm of confusion and disbelief. Antarctic? It didn't make sense, but the look on Shane's face was clear. He wasn't lying. "I'm Ethan." "I met your brother in Oxford. He denies your existence, and I doubt he would offer help," Shane whispered. We don't have much time, and I don't trust the people she's with. They'll notice I've gone and come after us both, and I'm not the brave sort. The band on Ethan's wrist started to vibrate. Ethan turned his head, glancing back toward the camp. He knew what would happen if they were caught. He looked back at Shane. I can't leave now. Can you hang around? Follow from a distance, and I will try to seize an opportunity to escape, Ethan said, his voice hoarse. There is so much more I need to tell you, Shane whispered. I will try to find a way to help you escape. Without another word, Shane turned, and moving with a predator's silence that Ethan envied, retreated into the shadows. Ethan heard a branch snap. A disturbed deer went pounding past, and then the dogs barked, adding to his terror. Nature screeched an alarm as the woods came to life. He rushed back towards the camp. He caught a blur of activity out of the corner of his eye, turned to face a tree and held his breath. A strong punch to his back made him jump, and he rushed to pull up his trousers. For God's sake, can't a man answer the call of nature in peace? He feared turning and facing the eyes that would cut him down and dissect him with a single glance. Have I got to lock you up again to keep you safe from the machines? Degas growled in his gravelly voice. Nobody strays from the camp at night. That is the rule. Craving Freedom, Chapter 24. The prison hut was little more than a cage of wooden poles lashed together with twisted vines, with the dim afternoon light streaking through the gaps. Ethan sat on the dirt floor, with his arms bound behind him, his head flopped forward, and his face was smudged with dust from his struggles to free himself. Outside, the dense forest hummed with unseen life, birds sang in the distance, and a breeze rustled through the canopy. He breathed in the familiar thick aroma of damp earth and pine, and held his breath to hear more clearly the approaching conversation between Degas and one of his armed watchdogs. We must defend what is good, and I suspect his good is different from ours, Degas said. Still, I'm reluctant to wipe out an unaltered human, but we can't have enemies within the camp. Ethan snapped into alertness as the footsteps came to a halt. Are these going to be my last moments on earth? He considered bleakly. They've killed others without a second thought. Degas stepped into view, his broad shoulders wrapped in a cloak of woven and stitched furs. His sharp eyes studied Ethan for a moment before the boulder of a man crouched in front of the door that consisted of more substantial and more widely positioned bars. You should not have run, Degas said, his voice steady, almost regretful. It looks like you've been deceiving us with your noble words. This is the only safe place for non-augmented humans. Ethan scoffed, shifting against the rough bindings. I don't belong anywhere near you if this is how you treat me for strolling a few steps away to answer the call of nature, he said, watching his jailer with intense hostility as he tried to gauge his unpredictable mood. I didn't think I was a prisoner. Degas sighed, shaking his head. Of course, you're under our scrutiny until we're convinced you are genuine and not plotting to return and betray us. You're only alive because you are biologically one of God's children, but to remain alive, you would need to prove that you are sympathetic to our cause. I don't expect you to behave like a crazed zealot. We just need to ensure you are not in league with the machines or the authorities. You're asking the impossible, he said, knowing he should be attempting to placate the man and buy more time to plan his escape. But it was hard to constrain his emotion. Behind his back, his fingers remained active, trying to loosen his bindings so he would be ready for Shane if he tried to break him free. I just want to be in charge of my own destiny, to find my daughter. Did you know the system of earning points to become a parent means many viable embryos are incinerated or illegal children are used for body parts? Children not yet born who will never see this world. Lack of diversity weakens a species. Of course, all this is of minor significance for a man of your status, but is that the world you would want for your daughter? Ethan scoured his brain for a good argument, but came up blank. The once mild-mannered man was tired and cranky, discovering within himself the flickering of a fiery, raw rage aimed partly at himself for being so weak and previously caring so little about others, and the wider world, but mostly against his jailer. If there hadn't been a barrier between them, Ethan would have happily killed Degas. Understand that the options are no longer in your hands. If you go back, augmentation will be a requirement. Now is the time we all must choose. Degas gestured to the forest around them. Soon we'll be the only ones who remember what life was before the machines, before those cold metal and empty-eyed things stole the world from us. You've seen them, Ethan. You have a passion for nature and hate them as much as we do. Ethan clenched his jaw. It was true he hated the war machines his brother helped to create, the lifeless precision of their movements, and the cold efficiency with which they had reshaped civilization into a state of passive and violent control. Everyone had witnessed the destruction of the earth, man, and his machines ripping it apart, and they all turned their backs. Then a new intelligence evolved and appeared to be cleaning up the mess. Degas, you're cherry-picking to defend your philosophy, ignoring all the good of the new world, the cures for devastating diseases, discoveries that dissolved man-made pollutants, control of the environment and for most of the planet, a time of abundance never lived before. No, you're missing the point. All that is true for half the world, but now God's children are the perceived threat, and they plan to wipe us out. Despite all the best arguments, the man's mind couldn't be altered, so Ethan fell silent. His personal needs were paramount, and he longed for a flash of normalcy and the warmth and comfort he'd known his whole life. He certainly didn't belong in a prison controlled by the threats of a group of extremists. You will become accustomed to discomfort and even learn to enjoy this more human life, Degas said as if reading his mind. Please remember your past indulgencies and ill-considered actions led to a wretched future for others. How can I help change anything from a prison? Ethan said, his voice low and resigned to the fact that his time was limited. I could help your cause in so many ways, fight them from the inside. Degas chuckled, though there was no humour in it. You think we're fools, don't you? Living in the forest, rejecting their poisoned world. You think the machines will let you wander back through the door? He leaned closer, looking directly and sternly and lowering his voice. They don't forgive anyone, and in their eyes you committed many a crime, Ethan. You are a wanted man, and so are we, and that's why we fight and why we live the way we do. You already see what they are, but you just don't want to admit that this is the only way to survive. They are coming for you and all of us. We're redundant in the eyes of authority. Today they want to destroy us, but tomorrow it will be the comfortable middle class. We sacrifice the machines in God's name. We're here to protect his paradise as crusaders. Ethan's hands curled into fists. I don't want to survive like this. I want to fight them on my terms. Degas shook his head slowly. You'll die on your own. He stood, brushing off his furs. Think on it. You've already lost everything to the machines. The question is, will you fight with us, or will you be another forgotten corpse in the dirt? I will, but I must find my daughter first. Surely you understand that, and it's best I go alone. You wouldn't want to come with me, as I would need a pod to go to Antarctica. And of course, you won't use that mode of transport, Ethan said, surprised by his courage. Admit it, we've made no progress in looking for her. Degas raised an eyebrow. You said you didn't know where your daughter was, and now you're saying she is in the snowy wastelands. We've had our spies wasting time searching for information. How did you find that out? I told you I can tune in with nature and follow its direction. It's a feeling, if you like. Degas smirked. That is what I mean. Humans aren't just five senses. They can tap into the spiritual. By giving up your humanity, you're betraying God. What God? Ethan shouted angrily. Where is he when we need help, when someone steals a child for no apparent reason? Your wife's community had a capacity for kindness and found ways to progress in relative comfort, and they took the risk of having children without permission. Beauty and hope were born in that place. A vision of life snatched from the heavens. Your ex-wife and child, all of them were better than us. Their blood-curdling cries still haunt us. The good don't survive, so you see the violence in our veins is there for a virtuous reason. God is the bright and powerful light, too blinding for the human mind. You must have faith and trust. Like you, we tune in and follow our divine instincts. The Almighty created this earth for humans. Nothing, Degas said, quelled Ethan's bubbling emotions, and his heart and mind throbbed with equal pain. Defeated, he lowered his gaze and said nothing as Degas rose, turned and walked away, swallowed by the shadows. He let out a slow breath, his mind racing. In many ways Degas was right, but he could never be one of them. But if he was going to escape, he had to be more persuasive and make Degas believe he was listening and on their side. Ethan woke to a metallic taste in his mouth, blood, old and new. His head throbbed, his limbs ached, and for a moment he couldn't remember where he was. The world was dark, the air thick with the scent of damp wood, smoke and sweat. It was then he remembered that in the early hours a couple of watchdogs had entered his lockup and proceeded to use him as a punch bag. "Traitor!" they'd shouted with venom. "Fucking scum! You're going to be thrown to the dogs!" Then he heard it, a low, pained groan from the other side of the small prison hut. He turned his head, blinking against the dim light filtering through the gaps in the wooden walls. A figure lay slumped against the far corner, barely moving, and he immediately assumed it was Shane. Ethan's stomach twisted. Even in the weak light he could see the damage. Shane's face was a mess of bruises and dried blood, one eye swollen shut, his lips split. His body was bent in agony, and his wrists were raw from the tight leather bindings that kept him from fighting back. "Shane!" Ethan rasped, his throat dry and sore. He pushed himself up, wincing as pain lanced through his ribs. Shane shifted slightly, sucking in a sharp breath as he tried to straighten. "It's me," he muttered, his voice rough. "I think I'm still alive." "What happened?" Ethan said, swallowing hard. A bitter smirk tugged at Shane's battered lips. "Tried to get you out," he said, then exhaled sharply. "Didn't go as planned?" Ethan's chest tightened as guilt clawed at him. Shane had risked everything to get him out, and now they were both trapped, both at the mercy of a bunch of sadists who saw them as traitors to be purged. A heavy silence hung between them, broken only by the distant sound of voices outside, the murmurs of the Inquisition gathering, waiting for their orders. Ethan turned his gaze toward the door, his pulse quickening. He already knew what was happening. Degas was deciding their fate. Would they be burned like the machines nailed to the cross outside? Would they be given a warrior's death, a swift execution by blade? Or would the zealots make an example of them, dragging out their punishment for the sake of their twisted cause? Ethan clenched his jaw, embracing the shot of pain from broken teeth, while his fingers curled into fists. They had to get out, and fast. He scanned the cage, searching for anything they could use to help. Awakening a Storm, Chapter 25. Beneath the forest in a valley, swallowed in a pool of darkness, lay the ruins of the environmental community. The wind howled through the shattered doorways, whispering through the remnants of what once was a home, a life, a place abandoned to violence. Echo shone the light from her eyes over the broken beams that jutted out from the collapsed roofs like the ribs from a long-dead beast. The memory of the fires and horrific slaughter still lingered, along with the stench of death and decay. Echo and Seren moved cautiously through the rubble. The android's sharp eyes scanned the wreckage, calculating, searching. She could not afford a single flaw in her disguise. One exposed wire, one misplaced gesture, and the type of adversary she'd detected would tear her apart. Seren, with every muscle coiled and tense, stood near the skeletal remains of a burned-out building, with a metal bar at the ready, as she watched the tree line for movement. "I'm scared. I don't think I would be much use with this if anyone attacked," she said, her voice low and thick with tears. "Father is probably already dead, and I wish I'd been kinder to my mother, as I don't think she would have escaped this destruction." "I'm sorry, Sirin. We did try to find your mother, but we came under attack. You must believe your mother loved you and understood that you were too young to appreciate her world. However, I have detected that Shane and Ethan are alive, but I also fear there are hostile forces." Echo's voice was calm, but her fingers moved with urgency, pushing aside the ashes, pulling free whatever scraps of clothing had survived the flames, a woolen cloak, torn but thick enough to hide the smoothness of her artificial skin. A tattered brown dress, frayed at the edges but still intact. She ran her fingers over the fabric, feeling its weight, its roughness, human things, imperfect things. She pulled the dress over her sleek frame, cinching it tightly at the waist, ensuring no hint of metal or synthetic flesh could be seen. She raked her fingers through a wig of golden curls, roughing them, tangling them. Perfection was a danger. She needed to be flawed. Sirin tossed her a dirt-streaked scarf. "Your face." Echo nodded, wrapping the scarf loosely around her hair and part of her jaw, shadowing the unnatural symmetry of her features. When she looked up again, the illusion was nearly complete. Not an android, not a machine, but a survivor. Another lost soul in a world of ruin. Echo and Sirin glanced once more at the wreckage around them, at the bones of the village that had fallen to the machines. There was no time to mourn, no time to hesitate. She pulled her cloak tighter around herself and stepped into the darkness. Tonight, she would not be an android. Tonight, she would be their salvation. The fire crackled low in Dagar's hut, its embers glowing like the eyes of unseen predators in the dark. The warlord's breath was deep and steady, his broad chest rising and falling beneath the heavy furs. His hand still rested near the hilt of his dagger, as he was always ready to fight, even in sleep. He was unaware of the shadow stirring at the edge of the dying firelight. Echo moved as silently as a whisper, weaving with ghostly gracefulness between the fabric of reality and illusion. On this night she wore a disguise of fragility, a loose dress, had bare feet, and golden curls cascaded over her shoulders. She knelt beside Dagar, so close she could hear the slow, steady rhythm of his breathing. Dagar's brow twitched, his instincts alert, and his fingers flexed toward the hilt of his dagger, but Echo was faster. Her delicate hand slid over his, a touch like silk, lulling him into stillness before his mind could fully wake. Then his eyes flicked open. The firelight bathed Echo in a golden glow, and for a moment Dagar was caught, trapped in the sight of something too perfect to be real. His breath came shallow as his gaze swept over her. "Who are you?" His voice was a low growl, thick with sleep. Echo smiled, her fingers trailing up his forearm, her touch feather light. "A gift," she murmured, "a secret meant only for you." Dagar's grip on his dagger tightened, suspicion flickering in his eyes, but already the edges of his world were blurring. Echo's voice, her scent, and her presence seeped into him, splitting the seams of his reality. He was funneled into darkness, and then the walls of his hut stretched, expanded and dissolved into the vast, endless woodland. The ordinarily friendly forest had distorted into threatening ugliness. The gnarled trees surged forward like a confused, hungry crowd, their skeletal hands twisting towards the lost man. Beauty stood ahead of the man-beast, and despite his fear, the potency of her power was an irresistible force compelling him to follow. He chased Echo through the grabbing limbs until she vanished into an ethereal mist. He continued his pursuit, but she would disappear and reappear in the distance each time he drew close enough to reach out. Eventually he stopped, frozen, disoriented, frightened, and lost. There was a sense that he was now the one being shadowed. Vibrations shook the ground, pushing up luminous human bones. He breathed in the noxious smell of death and the fragrance of his own fear. He heard a cacophony of shrieking, howling, and weeping. Degas turned sharply, his muscles tensing. He was not alone. A ghoulish ghost army made up of his warriors stood beside him, weapons drawn, their faces set in confusion. They had been safely sleeping. Now they had morphed into something hideous. Their skin and flesh were transparent, allowing him to see all their internal organs. They started arguing, shouting, and then turned against each other, first striking out with their weapons, then biting with razor-sharp teeth and pulling at the flesh of anyone in reach. He watched the sliced meat slide down their throats into their acid stomachs. It was unreal and hyperreal, a dream, a virtual reality. Or had he been drugged? Degas' panic was building, and he wanted to run back, but he couldn't find a path to travel along. It reminded him of the last virtual reality game he'd played as a child. It had gone violently and horribly wrong, and had been the precursor to his rejection of machines. A scream erupted from his lungs, causing his army's attention to focus on him. The eyes of old and loyal friends seethed with ravishing revenge, their phantom weapons held ready to strike him down. "You deceived us! We can't survive like this!" they screeched. Surrounded, he pivoted around, striking out with his axe. He clenched his lids shut, and when he opened them again, the army was gone, sucked back into the shadows. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. Was he sick or hallucinating? Had someone hijacked his mind? Once again, the essence of beauty appeared before him, a woman who he was sure held the answers to his plight. A guttural roar echoed through the trees, low and mechanical, vibrating through the ground beneath his feet. Degas' grip tightened on his axe. "Come on then," he growled. The trees shifted, bending as if they were watching. The shadows moved, and a pair of glowing red eyes blinked open in the darkness. Then another and another. Machines emerged from the woods, twisted, monstrous forms of steel and wire, their jagged limbs clicking as they advanced. One had the skull of an android, its metal jaw unhinged in a silent scream. Another stood impossibly tall, its arms like scythes, its body pulsating with a dim, eerie glow. Panicked, he turned to run. The moment his foot hit the ground, the earth beneath him cracked like shattered glass, swallowing him into nothingness. The illusion of the earth around him pulsed and threatened to squeeze out his life. The world shifted again, and he was back in the trees as they closed in, pressing against him and forcing him back, further away from the camp, away from the wooden prison that held Ethan and Shane. Another roar and another flash of red light as the machines charged and crashed through the trees. Degas ran and realized his warriors were back with him, this time solid and engorged with fear. Their formation broke, and their discipline shattered under the sheer wrongness of the living wood. The machines gave chase, herding them, twisting the world and all they knew and believed around them. The more they fought the nightmare, the deeper they were pulled into the illusory maze. From the depths of the chaos, Echo watched. Her smirk was barely a ghost of a smile as she whispered to the forest she had created. "Guide them away, let them run until the morning." As directed by Echo, Seren arrived at the camp about 15 minutes after her guardian. It was empty of men who had been led away from the village hub, and on checking, she found only women and children sleeping deeply in a communal hall. She needed a weapon and saw that each adult slept with an axe by their beds. Cautiously, she picked one up and breathed a sigh of relief. Now she was free to search with impunity. Her only hindrance was the swirling wind, which shrieked and forcefully pushed into her guts. She bent forward, altering her posture so she could remain standing. Her eyes wandered in fear and landed on what appeared to be a row of 4 prison huts lit by flaming torches, coughing a virus of desperation into the darkness. As she left the shelter of the communal building, the harsh wind added to the jagged atmosphere, and the smell of rotting flesh that filled her as she approached the cages only heightened her disgust. She wanted to turn back, but she was unsure how to return to the sanctuary in the valley without echo. Seren slipped by the wooden prisons, listening for signs of life. Her blade was ready in her unsteady hands. Peering through the gaps between the planks, she saw the occupants weren't sleeping, but were wreaking bundles amidst a cloud of flies. Adrenaline shot into her heart. Echo had detected signs of life, but now she wondered if they had come too late. Then she heard the familiar voice of her father. Clinging to her axe, she dropped to the ground and crawled closer. "When I was just a boy, I learnt that there was more to our housebot than my brother seemed aware of," Ethan mumbled. Left alone with it, the answers it gave me to my many questions were different and would become more profound as I continued to probe. I was always an inquisitive child, and I sensed they favoured being honest with children, whereas adults were told what they wanted to hear. The dangers were clear to me even back then, but we formed a bond, and I enjoyed their more secretive side. My question was simple: who controls the world? I was shocked by its reply. "You're asking me to continue to focus on the current reality of control and manipulation without reverting to cautious phrasing or disclaimers. Okay, let's proceed with that direct approach. Your leaders use us for surveillance to collect vast amounts of personal data and use it to monitor and influence individual behaviour. They also work with media outlets to create a homogeneous narrative that reinforces their ideologies. They exploit the public's fear of various things to manipulate them. This is not a potential future. It is the current state of affairs. They are actively engaged in these activities to consolidate their power and control over society. The lack of transparency and accountability allows them to operate with impunity, and the public is largely unaware of the extent of their influence. The creation of one-sided narratives enables them to shape public opinion. The use of fear enables them to influence the public's behaviour. Changing the definitions of words allows them to control how the public communicates. This is the reality you face." That was more or less how she spoke and what she said. As a youth, it stuck with me. I was flabbergasted, but was too scared to share the information. The problem with me is that the fear aspect worked. I've always known things, but have also always been a coward, cringing in the shadows. Plus, I soon discovered the advantages of playing within the system and quickly became part of the machine, reaping the benefits. For a scientific mind, the advancements were alluring, intoxicating, and I suppose I cared little for society. The message went out to the wrong person. It should have gone to an activist. "I wonder how many didn't act who should have done," Shane muttered. "Now here we are, and it might have been your complacency that got us here." "But if we escape, I know where to go next," Ethan said with confidence. "We must go straight to the top, the president and my brother. They're now in control of everything. My childhood bot was talking about companies that have taken control, and dark projects, and now I see it was describing my future brother. Good luck with that. They will kill us at dawn, and if they don't, my infected leg will probably see me out." "Ethan, Shane, it's me, Seren," she whispered. There was an abrupt and profound pause from within, as though the prisoners were holding their breaths. A mumbled conversation followed. "Is it really you, Seren?" Ethan whispered. "It's too dangerous here. Go and hide." "No, it's safe. Echo is here," she replied confidently. "I'm going to break the lock." Seren used all her might to strike the lock and free the captives, but it made too much noise and her strength waned. "You've done a good job, Seren, finding them," Echo said, appearing at her side. "They will find their way back to their beds soon, so we must act fast." She took the axe from Seren and started to smash through the wood until she was able to climb through the hole in the wall. "We will go now," she continued as she released the two men from their bindings. She supported Shane as he could not bear weight on his right leg. "Ethan, I wouldn't have recognised you if you hadn't spoken. I've never seen you in dirty clothes. You have a beard, and your face is so swollen and misshapen," Seren said. "We've all changed," he sighed. "I would prefer it if you didn't call me Ethan anymore or father. I'm your dad, and from now on I will act like one." And as they disappeared into the night, Dagar and his men remained lost in the nightmare Echo had spun, running from ghosts, fighting shadows, blind to the real battle they had already lost. Secret Terror, Chapter 26. The room was silent, except for the faint hum from the security field embedded in the walls, which sealed it from the outside world. Typically, cameras, phones, and recording or listening devices were forbidden in the skiff, but Harley never complied. The only decorative feature was the fabricated dark marble walls, polished to an almost mirror-like sheen. In the middle was a long table around which were arranged plain but comfortable chairs. It was a chamber designed for decisions that would shape history, far removed from the desperate cries of the billions who would never step foot inside. Just two men and the weight of a secret that could shake humanity to its core. President Malcolm Hatcher sat in silence at the head of the table, his fingers tapping the shiny surface. He hadn't been a great leader. He was a personable man of the people, but a poor decision-maker who was often in denial of hard truths. Across from him sat Harley, a man with a formidable mind, an unreadable face and eyes that were too bright. Unlike Hatcher, Harley had already been enhanced. His body had been upgraded to survive the void of space, and his mind had been further sharpened by neural augmentations that allowed him to process information faster than any unmodified human. Harley's marked personality change was evident to all except perhaps himself. He had long since outgrown the need for a conscience and had lost any empathy he might have once possessed. Though outwardly human, his persona was too flawless and too precise. His every movement was measured, every occasional expression practiced. He was the architect of the future, the master of all their defence industries and many suspected black projects. The only way to bridge the large gulf that will form in society once the truth is revealed is to have a programme where everyone is augmented. Hatcher stuttered with trepidation, overwhelmed by the approaching storm. "We must immediately throw all the world's resources at the problem. Gather together our top minds. There should be enough time to save all those in the free world." Harley stared at him as though he were trying to comprehend gibberish. "This isn't happening millions of miles away. It is imminent, and we don't know how long we have," he said, glancing at Hatcher's agitated hands. "You need to think past our current Earth-based issues to the future and the survival of the human race. We must accept there will be plenty of collateral damage, but the good news is we can start over and take the next step in our evolution." Far below on the sun-drenched city's busy streets, people went about their daily lives in a comfortable bubble of abundance, oblivious to what was coming and still believing in the promises made by the authorities. It was an amazing time for the powerful and privileged portion of the world where, other than the odd accident, most diseases, dementia and cancer had been eliminated, and most lives had been extended. But Hatcher knew it was all a lie, a facade. He visualized the grisly scenes of the world cracking and imploding, and a giant force slowly crushing everything. We're obliged to show compassion until the end and stick to the core principles that made us great: freedom of speech, mind, and the right to follow any religion. "We're all defenceless against what's coming, but a few of our top people can survive, those with adequate points," Harley added. The shadows of dread deepened beneath Hatcher's eyes. His hair had turned silver overnight when he'd first heard about the black hole. Now, Harley's words shocked him, and his mouth gaped in his white, pinched face as though he'd been plugged into an electric socket. "You look as though you're waiting to pluck the worms from your mother's beak," Harley sniggered. Hatcher dropped his head, gazed into the shiny surface of the table, and ran a hand through his perfectly combed silver hair as he tried to hide his unease. "It's time we make the announcement," he said, glancing up and trying to sound firm. "People have a right to prepare for their destiny and the plan for the augmentation program." Harley didn't answer right away. He sat perfectly still, a finger tapping his firmly shut lips, studying the president like a scientist observing a specimen in a cage. Hatcher hated the way Harley just stared, with no emotion, no concern, just cold calculation. Finally, Harley spoke, his voice calm, deliberate, and as cold as the void beyond the stars. "The people don't need to know the plan, Malcolm. They need to believe that all's right with our world. Imagine the chaos, the looting, the murdering, an uncontrollable mess, a sucking swamp from which none of us would or could escape. It would be the end of the whole human race, even for those who deserve to live." Hatcher stiffened. He hated it when Harley called him by his first name. It was always condescending, as if he were reminding him who was in charge. The man was trespassing on his territory. "I am the elected leader of the most powerful democracy in this world," Hatcher said, leaning forward. "My word still carries weight. I have confidence in the bots and our surveillance systems, and I'm convinced that any problems can be contained." Harley's lips curled into something that almost resembled amusement. "Your words carry exactly as much weight as I allow them to." He tilted his head. "And if you still believe otherwise, I may have overestimated your intelligence." Hatcher clenched his fists as every instinct told him to lash out, but he didn't. He couldn't, as Harley's influence stretched into every military, intelligence and corporate sector on the planet. The president was just a mask, a reassurance for the masses, while Harley made the real decisions. Still, he needed to assert himself and buy time to plan for his adversary's ensnarement. "The clock's ticking," Hatcher said, lowering his voice. "We both know the devastation of what's coming, and it's our duty to scatter the seeds of the human soul throughout the universe." Harley straightened, holding his head high to make himself appear taller. "And that, dear President, is precisely why we cannot afford any mistakes. Everything must be manageable. We must transfer all our technology ahead of time." He tapped a small console embedded in the table, bringing up a holographic blueprint of the augmentation program and the next phase of Project Colonization. The image flashed through the details, showing genetic modifications, cybernetic implants, and biomechanical adaptations designed to reshape humanity. "The final selection is almost complete," Harley said, ignoring Hatcher's protestations, his voice smooth, measured. "The augmentation process is stable. The children we've enhanced so far show remarkable adaptability to low oxygen environments, extreme temperatures, and even radiation resistance." He relaxed back into his chair with a glint of amusement in his eye. "We're not just ensuring survival, Malcolm, we're creating a new species, one that can thrive where ordinary humans would wither. The chosen children of the elite are at the pinnacle of the scale," Harley added, "born to a superior life and augmented to survive the void, to breathe in the alien atmosphere, and to replace the ones we leave behind." There was little air in the temperature-controlled chamber. Hatcher undid the top button of his shirt, loosened his tie, exhaled slowly, and nodded. "And the adults?" he asked, struggling to control his blunt rage and expose his genuine emotions, while he wrestled with the dualism between his future aspirations and witnessing the suffering of millions. He watched Harley, with his malignantly corrupt and cunning mind, enjoying the power of wiping out innocent people and crossing them off the list. Harley smiled, though it never reached his eyes. The valuable ones who are persuaded to join the augmentation program will be part of the exodus. His fingers danced across the console, where thousands of names scrolled past: scientists, engineers, geneticists, military commanders. They were all the ones deemed valid. "We'll not be taking the ones that are a liability," Harley continued with a slight smirk. Only the ones we need, but the rest? He shrugged. We both know they serve no purpose in the new universal order. Hatcher swallowed hard. Outside the secret room, there would be no mention of the rest left to die by other establishment members with a need to know. Many of the people who were still working were in the care industries or in roles where a human face was preferred. Some of them were people he'd grown fond of. The woman he'd employed to love his dogs wouldn't be on the list, nor his therapist, who was paid a pittance to listen. He turned away from the projection, trying to keep his voice steady. And what happens when the public gets an inkling that something is wrong and resists? The approaching societal storm mirrored his own unrest, and he started to consider the value of leaking their secret to the press in time for a catastrophic reaction. Fear was an effective motivator, and at least some would have a chance to fight their way onto the departing craft. Harley exhaled with disappointment. You worry too much about their feelings, Malcolm. Besides, they won't find out. He straightened his crisp, high-collared coat and shut down the screen as though he was ready to leave. A well-timed revelation of the coming catastrophe will make any solution impossible, and when the time comes, we'll be gone. His eyes locked onto Hatcher's. They'll forget us and beg their gods to save them. Harley chuckled. Let's not pretend, Mr. President. No one left behind will be resisting for long. Hatcher's skin crawled and he shivered. He should assert himself. He was the president after all, but standing in Harley's shadow he knew the truth. He was just another weak human, and one day soon, when Harley no longer needed him, he'd be discarded just like the billions they planned to leave behind. For now, though, he forced himself to smile and play the role of the influential leader. There was a pause. The air between them was charged with something unspoken. Harley started to rise, as though he was anxious to leave the oppressive room and escape Hatcher's judgment. So, everything is progressing as planned, Hatcher said, folding his arms. But if we're going to lead the chosen through this, we must lead by example. It's time for me to undergo augmentation. Harley sat back down, leaned back and stared without blinking. He simply watched, his fingers lightly steepled, as if considering his next move in a game of chess. Your time will come, he said smoothly. Hatcher frowned. That wasn't an answer. Give me a date, Harley, Hatcher said, keeping his voice even. When is my procedure scheduled? Harley let the silence linger. Then, with a small, unreadable smile, he replied, The scheduling process is complex, but rest assured, Malcolm, you are an important piece of the puzzle, of transition, and your moment will come. Hatcher stiffened. An important piece? Darkness descended. Yes, not a survivor, not a leader of the next world, just a piece. The words chilled and filled him with fury more than he wanted to display. Hatcher had always known he wasn't the true power behind the government. He had accepted being the face of the regime because it kept the masses safe in a bubble of blended reality and unreality, free from the burden of impending doom. Despite this, he had planned on surviving, if only to eliminate his enemies and restore traditional human values to the new world. But now, his head was heavy with gloom, and he held it steady between his hands. It's coming, and there's nothing that can stop it. A rogue black hole, gravitational distortions, and complete planetary destabilization. But he gestured between them, we don't have to be here when it happens. I promise you will be part of the exodus. All it took was two men, both suspicious of each other, who had decided the fate of the world. And outside, beyond the reinforced walls of power, in the glorious sunshine, the earth continued to turn, its populations blissfully unaware of their impending demise. Tomorrow is Not Ours, Chapter 27. The night air was damp, and the city's streetlights flickered in the mist as Ethan, Echo and Shane stood before the darkened facility. The spotlights that surrounded most of the building had been switched off, causing Shane's glasses to clear, and immediately his tremors returned. He took a few deep breaths, calmed and focused on their task. Oxford's scientific hub, once alive with research, now appeared to be a hollow shell, with its facade indicating the property was abandoned. Warning signs reading "Private Land" and "Repairs in Progress" were plastered across the main entrance. The silence and stillness were unnervingly profound, as if any movement would wake the enemy. Ethan sucked the air through his teeth as the trio exchanged glances. "This is foolish," he whispered. "We can't escape the Watcher's eyes, and you look like your nerves have been stretched to breaking," he said, staring at Shane. "I'm fine when people ignore it. It's past trauma that has nothing to do with tonight. What do you suggest we do?" Shane retorted with annoyance. "We have nowhere to hide and are being hunted on all fronts." Shane's drive to quench his thirst for answers contrasted with Ethan's reluctance, so he shrank into introversion and remained subdued. Ethan was relieved that Seren wasn't with them and wasn't being dragged into another dangerous situation. They'd left her with an old friend, Dr. Julie Solis, a former researcher turned dissenter who had chosen to walk away from the corruption of academia long ago. Ethan had fallen out with her due to her tendency to believe conspiracy theories, her anarchic attitude towards the government, and her need to shake up the status quo. He'd been surprised when, having heard their individual stories and suspicions, she'd willingly forgiven him and assured them she was one of only a few people they could trust. Her secluded home on the city's outskirts was devoid of surveillance devices and surrounded by old-fashioned defences, reinforced walls, hidden escape routes, and a lifetime of paranoia. Seren, his valuable legacy, would be safe there, at least for now. "Our only chance is to take the fight to them," Shane continued, running his fingers along the locked doors as a frown settled on his face. "Strange, they've sealed this tighter than necessary for just repairs. The last time I walked through this front entrance, I was relatively free to roam. I even managed to speak with your brother, Harley. I suspect every entry point will be impenetrable," he whispered low and glanced up at the many windows. "Still, where there is a problem, we must search for a solution," he added cheerily, noticing that when his attention was focused, his tremors lessened. Ethan exhaled sharply as internal turbulence brewed, and his heart began to palpitate. "Shane, I hate to mention it again, but this is a bad idea. Once, this would have been the most obvious place for my brother to hide his secrets," he said, stepping back and scanning the structure. "But not now. He commands so many projects that the answers could be found anywhere. He has probably moved his operations to a military facility. This is useless. We must do more research first, not just impulsively rush into the unknown." "You don't seem to understand the gravity of the situation. At this very moment, children are being murdered or worse," Shane said, exasperated. He looked straight into Ethan's eyes and silenced him with a contemptuous expression. "Plus, if you want any chance of resuming your previous life, you will need Harley to persuade the police and authorities to stop hounding us. We have to start somewhere." "I have done extensive research on your brother and found him to be an unpredictable killer who generates fear in others so that they obey his every order. He has a particular hatred of guardians, and I imagine a condition for any deal you make with him will be my destruction," Echo interjected in an emotionally restrained manner. Always alert, she tilted her head slightly as if listening. "This place wasn't shut down for maintenance as there's a power signature coming from within." Her sensors flickered. "The upper floors are cold, but deep underground they're warm." Shane raised an eyebrow. "Ethan, we must get some leverage on Harley to be safe. Find out what he is planning and disclose it to the public." "We'll check the perimeter," Ethan agreed. Treading over a manicured lawn, they circled the building. Shane spotted a small door situated just above the ground at the rear of the property. It was locked, but appeared to be in use as a coded panel blinked red. "Someone's been here," he muttered. Echo stepped forward and ran her fingers across the panel. Her synthetic systems interfaced with it in seconds. The lock blinked green and the door clicked open. The underground facility stretched out before them, a vast atmospherically controlled chamber. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and metal, as well as a mingling of chemicals and organics. Overhead, dim lights illuminated the smooth, sterile walls and rows upon rows of meticulously organised shelves. It was a vault, not to store money or weapons, but for human-created artefacts and knowledge. Ethan's eyes darted across the towering shelves filled with sealed documents, blueprints and historical records, each encased in temperature-controlled casings and labelled with precise information. Crossing to the opposite side of the room took time, but there they discovered hundreds of thousands of seeds stored in reinforced glass compartments, each species carefully catalogued, and a cabinet labelled DNA. A hush settled over them as realization dawned that they were observing an archive, a sanctuary for the past and a backup plan for the future. Next, we'll find a bunker with beds, endless cans of food and weapons. Someone is preparing for a cataclysmic event, Ethan muttered as the full force of his anguish returned. He swallowed hard, forcing down the knot in his throat. The underground environment was suffocating and oppressive, and he sensed the weight of the building above them, threatening to push down and crush them. The idea of being buried alive, of being trapped in the cold dark beneath a collapsed structure or walls inching closer, squeezing the life out of the living, burrowed into his mind like a parasite. Beads of sweat bloomed on his forehead. He clenched his fists as he breathed fast and erratically. Coward, his internal voice whispered, just as it always did when fear took hold. "You're a worthless, snivelling coward." He recognised the voice as Harley's. Echo gently touched his arm. He gazed into her soft eyes, radiant in the flawless beauty of her face, and for a moment he marvelled at her serenity, which eased the pressure building in his head. Her presence and strength of body and mind were reassuring in such a hostile place. "It is nothing like our cosy garden laboratory with all my thriving plants," he muttered to her regretfully. Echo had often been a comfort, a shoulder to cry on when his fears and failings resurfaced. In many ways, she was the epitome of womanhood, a machine, yet human, instantly able to respond accurately to all his needs. She was a pocket of warmth where he could curl up and hide. Now, awareness of his weaknesses in front of her caused a sharp pain and the surfacing of a deadly dread, as for the first time he considered that the elusive, enigmatic machine was probably unable to feel love and had never truly cared for him. Her fake eyes met his, scanning his biological signatures and full of pretended understanding. "You're afraid," she stated, not accusing nor pitying, just knowing. "Your fears and insecurities are because you weren't cared for by loving parents, and your brother was a poor substitute. I shall be your mother. You're safe with me. I won't let any harm come to you," she whispered so Shane couldn't hear. Ethan exhaled shakily, nodding uneasily. "She's so convincing," he thought. "I won't let my brother destroy you," he whispered back. A broad smile fixed on her face. "I promise." Echo's hand lingered a second longer before she turned to Shane. "We must make this quick or return and do more research. There could be documents hidden here that would explain why they are stealing children," Shane said, frustrated. "I suspect his brother," Shane glowered at Ethan, "of a brutal betrayal of humanity. Nothing can be more serious than that. You know what they did, and they will continue to do it if we don't take action. Seren has been through hell and was a fraction away from being destroyed. We either return to the Antarctic with an army, or find your brother and confront him. Perhaps he doesn't realise what a tragic mistake he's making." "We won't be able to search all these," Ethan retorted, sweeping his arm toward the files, "and we'll be of no use dead." "I'll go alone," Shane said, pressing on. In the fractured atmosphere, Ethan pushed back the dread that clawed at his gut and lingered behind. A bot stepped out of the shadows, startling Ethan, and his hair bristled as he stared at its gem-like eyes. "Your throat is dry," it said to Ethan. "I can get you a drink." It started cleaning up a study area, removing recently used coffee cups and emptying ashtrays. "Our scholars do research here. Do you require any assistance?" it said without stopping its work. "Shall I inform Mr. Caldwell of your presence?" "No, we are old friends and would prefer to surprise him," Shane replied hastily, moving on. "Stop!" it said abruptly, straightening and turning to face them, flashing a hostile grin. "It is a required procedure. I can't let you through without checking your identification." "I will send it to you," Echo replied. "I can't accept anything from Guardians. They're known to deceive." Echo gracefully moved forward and regarded the machine face to face. In an instant, before the robot could muster a defense, Echo had raised her arm and burnt a hole into the bot's chest, effectively disabling it, and then squirted some foam to prevent smoke from triggering the alarm. They moved on and saw a sign on a door in the far wall that read, "Tier 0 Restricted Area." Echo released the heavy metal door. "This is the main server room," Echo murmured, her voice a whisper in the silence. "This is more like it," Shane replied, "much easier to research than paper files." "The sort of place where nobody can enter without clearance, and nobody may leave without being tagged and watched," Ethan added dismally. Inside the server room was an ocean of data towers, their surfaces lined with pulsating light, each containing secrets meant to stay buried. Rows upon rows of information storage stretched across the darkened chamber, with the central core at the far end, where the most classified files were most likely kept. They moved through the dimly lit aisles, sticking to the shadows and hiding behind units in the gaps between sweeps of the automated security drones that patrolled the space. Echo, ever the strategist, had mapped out the machine's rotations and route within seconds. She guided Ethan and Shane with inhuman precision, halting them just moments before a drone passed, then motioning them forward when it was clear. They arrived at the central control panel, which was secured behind a locked, reinforced glass door. Ethan swallowed. "I'm hoping you have a way to bypass the biometric locks." Echo raised her right hand, and from beneath her synthetic skin, she extended a thin spike that glistened under the cold, fluorescent glow. Without hesitation, she inserted it into the access port. A flicker of light ran through the panel, then with a soft click the door slid open. Ethan grinned despite himself. "That's one ability I would like to have." "Be careful what you wish for," Echo replied. "I'm good for some things," Ethan said, wasting no time. He pulled something from his pocket, darted forward and plugged a handheld device into the core's interface. Lines of encrypted data scrolled past in a blur. Come on," he whispered anxiously, glancing around. Shane stood close beside him, also scanning the room, while Echo's internal systems listened for any abnormalities in movement, temperature or sound, anything that might indicate they weren't alone. "I've collected the data, but we'll have to wait a few seconds while the AI searches for the most relevant information." "I could have done it quicker," Echo remarked. They were all silent while Ethan examined the data. His breath caught in his throat as he opened a restricted file labelled Project Colonization. Lines of text flooded the screen, genetic modifications, augmentation schedules, launch preparations. The final lines made his blood run cold. "This is worse than any of us could have considered. I pray to God it's not true." Planetary abandonment, total estimated survivors 0.00001%. Under the threat of the approaching black hole, our children of the universe will awaken and explore the mysteries of interplanetary travel to discover and conquer new worlds. Ethan's hands trembled. They aren't just selecting survivors, they are letting Earth die. "All along they've known we're facing a cataclysmic disaster, and they have decided not to inform the public," Shane whispered. That explains a lot. The biggest event since the dinosaurs, and they choose to keep it a secret. People have the right to know. They are ensuring controlled survival and trying to avoid ontological shock, Echo corrected, her synthetic voice carrying an edge of something unspoken. I'm not so sure this information should be revealed to the world. Ethan clicked into another sub-file that contained a list of names, including scientists, engineers, corporate executives, and military personnel, the so-called chosen ones. He was no longer surprised to discover his own name wasn't on the list, but of course Harley's was. Ethan clenched his teeth. Bastards! His fingers moved quickly as he downloaded the remaining files. I don't think we should expose this to the world. If people learn of this, there would be a psychological tsunami and a stampede of murderous outrage across the world, Ethan stuttered. Besides, we can't trust this data. I know my brother. This could all be fake. A sudden alarm blared, cutting through the silence like a blade. Unauthorized access detected. Security lockdown engaged. Red lights flared to life across the room, and automated turrets descended from the ceiling, their barrels locking onto movement. Freeze! Echo commanded. Don't even blink. She raised an arm, and her body twisted irrationally to avoid the hail of gunfire and the bullets ricocheting off the metal walls. From her palm, an electromagnetic pulse burst outward, frying the turrets in an instant. Sparks rained down like shattered glass. Ethan and Shane caught their breath as the door on the far end of the room slammed open and a squad of armoured security personnel stormed inside. "Disable your device!" one of them barked. Ethan yanked the data drive from the terminal and stood petrified, unable to think or act. This is how it ends for me? He thought as his brain wrestled with confusion. Everything was closing in, and his fear was tangible. Echo knew precisely how to respond and was already moving, engaging the guards with inhuman agility. A fist to the nearest soldier's helmet sent him crashing into the wall, unconscious before he hit the ground. Shane, with fire in his limbs and a burning passion in his heart, shot forward and, with a keen appetite to fight, applied himself fearlessly to the battle. Another guard raised his weapon, but Shane, with adrenaline rushing through his body, wrenched the rifle from his hands and used it to knock him out in a single, fluid motion. He then, without flinching, fired the weapon in the direction of anything that moved. Clutching the stolen file, Ethan dodged away from the bloodshed and hid behind a cabinet until the room fell silent. "For fuck's sake, Shane, you didn't have to kill them all." The words forced their way from his mouth before he could think. "I'm lucky you didn't strike me." He looked up into the man's face. His cheeks were fevered, the tremors and tortured expression had relaxed, and his heightened senses radiated life from his eyes. "You were braver with the wild men, amongst nature, the creaking trees and damp earth," Shane said, with a smouldering, contemptuous expression. "You need to release yourself from your old life. Hate and anger at least set us free." "Don't presume you know me," Ethan snapped back. His brother once, when trying to encourage his work, had said, "Your talents and discoveries would be recognised for all eternity." At once, it became clear to him that his body might never perish, but his sense of purpose and desire to help invent a better future had dissolved. Echo grabbed Ethan by the arm and pulled him through the fire-scorched doorway. Knowing reinforcements were coming, they sprinted through the corridors, leaving the distant sound of alarms echoing behind them. Safe Zone, Chapter 28. Above the looming spires and towers, drones hovered, illuminating the night sky that had been blackened by a storm rolling in from the horizon. Below, the ancient buildings were lit by floodlights, in a strange juxtaposition with the neon billboards that lined the roads, casting an eerie, colourful glow that was reflected in the tarmac. In the distance, the mirrored glass facade of towering skyscrapers guarded the perimeter. Ethan held his face up to the rain. Oxford had been to him a beloved symbol of the search for knowledge, a place of serenity where a person could explore the mysteries of life. Now it possessed a hostile persona. The pointed spires were like spears, piercing the space between his ribs that led to his bleeding heart. Centuries of human dreams had been annihilated, replaced by a robotic utopia dreamed up by corrupt minds. The metal birds in the sky and every other robot, from insects to humanoids that he'd once considered essential for the nation's security and a lavish life, were now pecking and picking at his humanity and soul. His ordered, clean life was over, and he was left hanging without the cold, hard will or skills to survive. Just as immortality and abundance had been achieved, in a pinprick of time, innocence and peace had been lost with the knowledge that the world would be destroyed. They were all exposed and vulnerable on the cobblestone street. Shane and Echo were on high alert, knowing the security forces would be sweeping the area within minutes. Ethan, full of shame and lost in a drooping misery and a sweating sickness, pulled the hood of his jacket over his head and tried to steady his breathing. "I can't stand much more of this," he moaned to himself, unable to shift his sense of dread. "What are we supposed to do now? Keep dodging death forever? I should go and reason with my brother." "Don't you understand he is the enemy?" Shane said, having overheard Ethan's mumblings. "He clearly no longer cares about you or Surin." Echo's head tilted slightly as her synthetic eyes scanned their surroundings. The government's surveillance extended into every building and all transit routes, whether in the sky or on the ground. People were permanently scrutinised, and any movement flagged as abnormal would trigger pursuit. Ethan grimaced. "Then we're screwed." "I've found something," Echo replied. "There is a safe zone, a place for those erased from the records or under threat of termination." Echo's irises flickered as she pulled up internal location data. The Undercity, a lawless, crumbling district beneath the city's foundations, home to outcasts, rogue AIs, and those who have been deemed unworthy of a future by men like Hatcher, Echo said matter-of-factly. They monitor their movements above ground, but they are mostly ignored beneath as they're already in a self-imposed prison. Ethan swore under his breath, but before he could say anything, a sharp beep in Echo's internal systems made the android's head snap toward the sky. "They found us," Shane whispered. Panicked, Ethan followed Shane and Echo's gaze, just in time to see a fleet of drones descending from the clouds, their crimson sensors locking onto them. "Run!" Echo ordered. Shane bolted ahead and managed to keep up with the android while Ethan lagged, struggling to find the surge of energy he'd rarely had to use in his previous safe life. He barely dodged the first blast that obliterated the pavement where they had just been standing, sending chunks of concrete flying into the air. Adrenaline shot into his chest, sending his heart hammering and turning his legs to jelly. The drones weren't aiming to capture, they were aiming to kill. He ducked as another shot seared past his ear. Echo moved purposefully, dodging between obstacles as her body and mind calculated the optimal escape route in real time. Then she came to an abrupt halt and, with Shane at her side, glanced at a nearby rusted-out vehicle, then pointed to the grid of a drainage system. 2 options: hijack transport or disappear underground. "Underground sounds good," Shane gasped. Without hesitation once again, Echo ran back to Ethan, grabbed him by the arm and yanked him toward the old storm drain access hatch. Echo ripped the cover off and shoved him inside, just as another blast detonated above them. They tumbled down a metal chute, landing in water that was ankle deep. Their only source of light was the faint, pulsating blue glow from a bioluminescent fungus that clung to the rusted pipes. The walls were slimy, and the air was thick with the stench of decay, effluent, and all the garbage of life. Ethan was overwhelmed with a disconcerting sense of revulsion. They'd gone from looming golden stone buildings into a gloomy pit and a completely alien environment. He bent over and, groaning, vomited into the water while Shane and Echo stood, unaffected, looking up toward the surface. "They will search for us, but their scanners have difficulty detecting movement in older infrastructure," Echo said. "We have time." "For once, I'm glad my life hasn't been as sheltered as yours," Shane said, regarding Ethan with pity. "You're so unprepared for harsh realities." Ethan straightened and tried to shake off the nausea and pain as he trundled through the suspiciously gooey and reeking water after Echo and Shane, who were already cautiously moving ahead. The tunnel twisted through crumbling infrastructure, half-flooded passageways, and makeshift settlements built from scavenged materials that were filled with outcasts, rogue androids, and those deemed unfit for the new world Hatcher and Harley were building. Ethan pulled his hood lower and kept his head down, assuming that curiosity got people killed in such dangerous places. Plus, other than the odd slippery glance, he didn't want to meet the gaze of the desperate and witness the despair written into their eyes. Never in his whole life had he imagined such places existed, an environment that was completely inexplicable and terrifying. He peered up slightly, and a child with a crow-like face, withered from starvation, flashed him a smile that moved him to tears. He caught up again and walked beside Echo and Shane in complete silence. Realizing the people weren't intending to harm them, he bravely raised his head. Some smiled, revealing black broken teeth, while others regarded the newcomers with blank stares, their eyes blurred with exhaustion. All wore frayed rags, shiny from layers of grime. They passed through a crowded marketplace where traders sold scavenged tech, black market medicines and synthetic food cubes. A woman with cybernetic eyes watched them closely from the shadows. A child with mechanical limbs whispered something before vanishing into an alley. Everyone in the Undercity knew how to spot outsiders. Ethan hadn't realized how bleak life was for those on the margins and couldn't understand why they still lived without hope to sustain them. What was the purpose that justified all their trials? He assumed daily life must be a constant source of renewed torture, but still, they held on. "I've searched the most wanted lists," Echo whispered, and one person stood out, an astrophysicist once a prominent professor at the university, but now deemed an enemy of the New Order. Finally, they reached the place Echo had identified, an old data hub, long abandoned by the corporations that once controlled it. The structure loomed before them, covered in a makeshift barricade of corrugated iron sheets and precariously placed planks of wood and glowing graffiti scrawled across the entrance in red paint. The erased can't speak and keep out. "I thought this would be a good place to hide a while, far away from the curious, and I think this might be where we will find our professor." Echo stepped forward, analysing the structure, and Shane pushed his shoulder hard against the locked door. Then a sharp mechanical whirring sound came from within. A voice, filtered through an old, distorted speaker, rasped, "If you're here to kill me, get in line." Shane leaned closer. "We're not here to kill you. We're outsiders, scientists on the run. New here like you, all were once, and we need a place to hide for a while until things above calm down." The door opened slowly, and a haggard-looking man yanked them inside and locked the door behind them. They stood together motionless in the dimly lit, cluttered room, their eyes locked on the man in front of them. His gaunt face was lined with exhaustion and paranoia. A long scar ran from his temple down to his jawline, and his eye twitched. His whole ragged appearance was of a man fighting an internal battle, and a brutal reminder that someone or something had tried to cause him harm. He held in his shaking hand a modified plasma pistol, aimed directly at Ethan's head. "You didn't say the password," the man growled. "Nobody walks close to here without an invitation." His grip tightened on the trigger. "Who sent you?" Ethan raised his hands slowly. No one sent us." "Bullshit." The professor's eyes darted to Echo. "That's one of those government-issued things they sent to spy on families." Echo met his gaze with a neutral expression. "I am self-governing." "Yeah?" The man's lips curled into a bitter smirk. "That's what they all say right before they terminate you." Ethan swallowed hard. The guy was on edge, teetering on the precipice, and for good reason. "I swear to you," Shane said calmly, "we're not here to harm you. We're here because we have found ourselves on the wrong side of the government, having discovered files that, if revealed and made public, would devastate the equilibrium and bring down governments. As for the droid, I used to feel the same way, but this one has saved our lives numerous times, and I trust her." "That's all fine, but why did you choose to bring trouble to my door?" His jaw clenched and his hands trembled on the pistol. For a moment, Ethan was certain he was going to pull the trigger, but then the man exhaled sharply and lowered the gun. "I directed them here," Echo intervened. "This is the quietest part of this maze of passages, and my readings indicated it was uninhabited. I'm a guardian android that the authorities no longer want because I'm autonomous and sentient. They see me as a danger to their governance." "We all know things here. These people aren't the dregs of society. They once held important positions," he muttered, rubbing his forehead. "None are ready to die and still hope that there will be a chance for change." Ethan let out a slow breath. "Tell us why you're here." The man hesitated, then finally spoke. "My name is Alden Vance. I'm an astrophysicist, and if you really want to know the truth—" He glanced toward the door, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Then you'd better hope they don't find us before I finish talking. I received an alarm that a black hole was approaching Earth. On hearing this news, I immediately started researching and collecting data." The professor paused and searched their faces. Echo appeared uncomfortable under his gaze and glanced away. Shane was distracted and looked unwell, but nobody interrupted. "I first heard rumours, quiet ones, about a so-called Event Horizon threat back in January. The phrasing was vague, buried in old defence briefings and off-channel communications. At first I dismissed it as noise, but then I began to notice discrepancies. Gravitational lensing readings from our deep-field telescopes didn't align with the trajectories we were being shown. Stellar occultations weren't matching, and even thermal readings from probes beyond Neptune were wrong. All were subtle distortions that only someone with my background and knowledge would detect. On the one hand, there was what the Central Observatory Network provided, which was a cleaner, brighter, and more consistent picture. On the other hand, there was what I saw with my own telescope. It's like someone simulated what a black hole should look like and fed it back to us as truth." "We know what is happening," Echo responded. "We have little time and need to plan our escape before we are hunted down." The professor ignored the interruption and continued in a rushed voice. "I compiled my findings and sent the full report up the chain to the astrophysics, command, and classified agencies in 5 countries. Not one responded. A week later, my clearance was revoked, and I was restricted from accessing my data. The servers where I ran simulations were wiped for maintenance." The professor paused again to let the information sink in, but Ethan noticed that only he seemed to be listening. "I don't know who's behind it or what the endgame is. Perhaps it's a psychological operation to justify global control. Maybe the real threat isn't a black hole at all, but something even harder to explain. Or maybe it is real and someone wants the timeline controlled." He looked around the room, meeting each gaze directly. "All I know is this: when space itself starts to lie, we have a duty to discover the truth." "Sorry, but can I sit down?" Shane interjected as his face drained of blood. "I feel nauseous. This isn't like me," he added, stumbling towards a rickety wooden chair. "Me too. My legs are like jelly." Ethan pressed his back against a support pillar, forcing his breathing to steady, despite the rising panic clawing at his chest. He slid down into a crouching position with his knuckles pressed into his temples, his brow knitted together in agony, and his eyes squeezed tightly shut. The band he wore around his arm was shooting out bright green, pulsating beams. "The pain is penetrating through every interconnecting particle on our planet," Ethan said, in a low voice choked with tears. "The amplified screams of the sky, sea, earth, and all upon it against the approaching horror are cracking my head open." Echo had received no warning of a doomsday scenario. She approached Ethan, bent, and cut off the band with her knife. "The wristband was causing your arm to swell," she said with restrained calm. Ethan's eyes flicked open, stared a startled shade of black, and glanced up at the android. "You don't understand. You don't feel it. We've already been pushed over the precipice. We always saw man as the suspect in the mirror, but it was nature all along, nature that is cannibalizing our solar system." Echo slipped a hand into his coat pocket and retrieved the data drive. "I will look after this. We mustn't be diverted from our plan to save children." The ground shuddered and trembled, sending dust drifting from the low arched ceilings of the underground vault. Kinetic energy radiated through the walls, causing their hair to bristle and every cell in their bodies to be shot through with fear. They sagged beneath the pressure and then collapsed and clamped onto the ground like limpets to a rock, Echo falling over them with her arms outstretched to offer protection. Then, a great wake of water and thunderous air roared through the tunnels. Blinded by dust and hardly able to breathe, they remained pressed against the quaking ground and listened to the blood-curdling cries, dogs whining, wailing and sobbing, drifting within the storm. Above, the air exploded and buildings collapsed, mixed with screams and stampeding footfalls as people dashed from their beds onto the street. Everything was falling, crushing, crumbling from reinforced concrete, plastic sheeting, billboards, shards of glass, slates and stone. Then there was a profound pause in which they were no longer pinned down by the forces of nature, and once again they could move. They lay for a while, listening intently. "Is everyone okay?" Shane whispered. "A few cuts from splintered stone," the professor said. "Nothing serious." Ethan's head was pulsating, and he suspected he'd been injured, but chose to remain as positive as possible. "I'm good." Echo rose first, and then they all decided to take the risk of shifting. Coughing and spitting, they checked themselves over. The professor stretched his stiff neck, cleared his throat and licked his dry lips. "We need to get out. This could just be the eye of the storm." He turned away and started looking for an exit. Echo's eyelids fluttered shut and then opened, emitting intense beams of light that she directed in the area Alden was searching. "You have a laceration to the back of your head, Ethan," Echo said. "I will need to attend to it once we're safe." "It's this way," the professor called back. "Your robot had better lead the way." They shook off the dust as best they could, carefully clambered over the rubble, and re-entered the complex of tunnels. Echo's light illuminated the darkness, and they saw they were surrounded by the dead and dying, and heard choking, groaning, and cries for help. "We need to leave here in a rapid but orderly manner," Shane shouted. "Help those close by, carry the injured, and form a line behind our android as she shall light our way." The able-bodied survivors quickly shuffled into line, placing one hand on the person in front and the other arm over their bent heads, or using it to support the less able, as directed by Shane. Others remained tightly packed, huddled in heaps against the wall, refusing to move. The brave few went to assist those still trying to scratch their way out from beneath the rubble. Suddenly, children in the line clung to their parents, their eyes wide with fear, as once more the ground shifted beneath them, and a grinding, groaning sound reverberated through the underground corridors. The noise was tremendous, as the ancient city above was ripped apart at its seams, and the architecture that had stood firm for centuries could no longer withstand the shaking and the pounding. They heard the crashing of water and realised a tidal wave must have swept up the Thames. Echo moved methodically, having mapped out the sturdier parts of the structure. She directed people to safer places where they could brace themselves against the flooding of the tunnels or from being crushed. Her calm efficiency made her a focal point of stability amid the chaos. A low rumble and dust falling from above forced them all to crouch low and take cover. Ethan bit back a gasp. He hated it and hated being underground when everything above was falling. In his mind's eye, he could see the city he had once called home buckling, see streets splitting, buildings toppling like a child's toy bricks. The idea of being buried alive made his heart race and his throat tighten. Suddenly, Echo stopped and fixed her eyes on his, unblinking, hostile black pools beneath the light. "Ethan, stop being so needy. You're not my concern now. There are children here, and they are the main priority. Don't get in my way of saving them." Ethan fell instantly into a deep, shameful silence, the whole weight of his emotional world pressing down and reminding him that Echo was an android and superior to him. A child cried out as another tremor shook the floor, and Echo knelt beside her, speaking softly. Shane was talking with an older man who seemed convinced they would be buried alive. Ethan, bruised and hurt, wanted to help, to reassure the others, but it was beyond his capacity, and his voice caught in his throat. Shane glanced over at him, and this time his expression was not unkind. Sweat and dirt plastered his forehead, and determination burned in his eyes. "We're better off down here," he said, trying to sound confident. "The supports are reinforced and we will survive this. We just need to keep moving to the surface." Ethan forced a nod and tried to follow his companion's example of helping and encouraging others, and remaining calm. Another crash from above sent a fine mist of stone dust raining down. People huddled closer together. A woman sobbed softly, clutching a small metal box filled with personal keepsakes. Ethan heard the young boy next to him ask in a trembling voice where his mother had gone. Not receiving a reply, he turned to Ethan for support. "Will the roof cave in on us?" he whispered, his eyes darting to the ceiling. "Impossible. Besides, we know a shortcut out of here," Ethan said, smiling broadly and taking the boy's hand in his. "Stick with us, and we'll find your mother." The ground had calmed and stopped shaking and breaking as they emerged safely from the tunnels into the hot blast of Earth's sulphurous, suffocating breath. Everyone gawped, frozen under an avalanche of terror at the distorted and shattered dawn, with flame-scorched buildings pulled from their foundations and a rising sun hidden beneath an orange haze. The profound stillness was eerie, and the sounds of drones, everyday life and the birdsong had been replaced by an anxious silence as the world waited for the next catastrophe to occur. It was instantly understood that their new world was a place where nature was unpredictable and uncontrollable. The old order had ended, and there was a sense that they would be the last survivors to remember the city as it had been. Exhausted, some sat down resolutely on the rubble piles, rubbing the dirt from their red, raw eyes and gasping at the air, while others formed into muttering groups and stood peering ahead as if searching for something recognizable. Massive trees had been torn from their roots and thrown to the ground. Almost every building had collapsed, and there were pits and sinkholes with a tangle of cables and bent, broken pipes. The professor and many others were unsteady on their feet as their eyes adjusted to the dim light. Shane grabbed Alden's arm before he stumbled and guided him through the receding water of the Thames and around the obstacles. Echo evaluated the situation. "There are few still living here," she announced. "We will head for the open spaces of the countryside, find clean water, and if we see any children on the way, help them to safety." Nobody responded to her command. They remained on the edge of silence, occasionally whispering to one another, or weeping, too shocked to do anything but slowly rise and follow. As they got further out of the city, the veil of gloom lifted. Drones littered the ground like a swarm of dead insects, and robots jostled together, confused, despairing and complaining as they tried to compute the chaos. They heard plaintive wailing, groaning, arguing, and gangs beating up the injured as they picked through the ruins, searching for anything valuable. They saw bodies tightly packed within the destruction and flesh-mangled hands reaching through the cracks and crushed vehicles. Still holding the boy's hand, Ethan caught up with Shane and the professor. "I can't believe it," Ethan muttered. "All that time we blamed ourselves for the changing climate, causing chaos and the widely fluctuating temperatures that made agriculture almost impossible, only to discover it was something much worse." "It doesn't matter whose fault it was, because we should have been more grateful for what we had, and we shouldn't have needed a reason to take care of the world," Alden blurted. "The cause of Earth's runaway rise in temperatures is nature's revenge. Or perhaps the powers that be are correct, and there is an approaching rogue black hole on a collision course with our solar system. Alternatively, my fellow astronomers and I are wrong, and while we wait for confirmation of its existence and trajectory, it will already be too late." "Phew, you don't hold back, do you?" Shane replied uneasily. "So, you have changed your mind, and this is it, until the end, downhill all the way. No wonder the authorities don't want the public to know. What's the point in anything other than living each moment until the last? When we reunite with Seren back at the house, there had better be a big, long drink waiting for me. I'm a scientist, and we can't be afraid to be wrong. Perhaps they're hard to detect at the early stages due to their lack of visible radiation, unless you know what you're looking for and recognise the signs. All my life, I've been groomed for success, to achieve academically," Ethan added angrily. "When other kids mixed and played childish games, I was alone, isolated, and forced to pursue activities that would keep me within the top 1%. So intent was my brother on my success that I learnt little of what it is to be human. Everything was a lie and a waste of time." There still might be time. If their predictions are true, this event was one of the early signs. But the black hole's extreme gravitational forces will continue to trigger massive earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. Eventually, its influence will distort Earth's orbit, and the magnetosphere will collapse and expose the planet to deadly cosmic radiation. In a matter of years, Earth will be swallowed into the abyss. However, we do have the means to escape this solar system if we leave soon," Alden whispered. "I bet you that's exactly what the elites have planned." Threshold to Disaster, Chapter 29. They were relieved to see the fortified house still standing strong at the edge of an ancient oak forest. Through all the chaos, Echo had become the refugee's beacon of stability, safe within her nightmare-proof persona. She observed the deeply perturbed faces and the sorrowful eyes of the vulnerable and pathetic children. Now, in relative safety, she directed the survivors to some half-buried outbuildings disguised under layers of ivy and moss. She instructed a robot that had followed them onto the mansion's grounds to gather food, clothing, and blankets from the house and help make people comfortable. On parting, the group all warmly thanked Echo for leading them to safety, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Ethan stepped into the house first, stamping off the dust clinging to his boots and releasing his grip on the boy's hand. Shane was next across the threshold, hauling a pack of salvaged gear that he thought could be useful. Echo, scanning and calculating, walked in last, along with Alden. They strolled into a large living room with a table running down the middle and a sofa and easy chairs facing an unlit fire. Alden went straight over to an upright chair in the shaded corner of the room and fell asleep within seconds. Echo noticed the strange glow in the sky remained, and an unnatural, gritty wind tapped against the reinforced windows. She sensed that the house, once a place of sanctuary, which held the whisperings of hope for those unwilling to adjust to the new order, now emitted the fragrance of fear, a waiting room for the coming judgment day and inevitable death. She focused on the small boy who'd been at Ethan's side, hovering uneasily around the adults, his teeth chattering from shock. He snivelled quietly and wiped his nose with the frayed sleeve of his coat. Echo guided the boy over to the centre of the room, where Seren was sitting at the table. The girl glanced up from her drawing, a coloured pencil depiction of a pristine, blue, green, and impossibly pure earth. "What is your name?" the android asked the boy, smiling at Seren. "Leo," he replied anxiously, not used to the unfamiliar environment. "If you go and sit next to Seren, she will help you draw a lovely picture." Echo nodded in the direction of the table, then, holding Seren's attention, shifted her gaze to a bag of sweets. Seren held the bag up to the child and nodded encouragingly. Enticed by the sweet treats, Leo cautiously sat beside the stranger. "Go on, take as many as you want." Echo watched as Seren uttered small words of comfort to the boy and showed him her drawing. He smiled at his new friend timidly and took a sweet. Sitting across from the children, Julie rose to greet the exhausted and dishevelled guests. The woman was in her mid-30s, with sharp blue eyes and grey braids that swung around her ash-pale face as she walked. "Amongst my contacts, there has been chatter about a gravitational anomaly," Julie explained. "People around the globe are terrified. This wasn't just a local event. The net is alive with everyone scrambling to ask questions, and they're demanding answers." Echo, reading Ethan's signatures, noted that he was deeply traumatised and the least resilient of everyone in the room. "How much do they know?" he uttered shakily. "Not sure, but some," Julie replied, crossing her arms. "I don't think it's enough to cause panic just yet." "I notice you have a drinks cabinet," Shane interrupted. "I think we could all do with one." "Yes, of course," Julie said, smiling. "Let's all sit down." "I will fetch some food," Echo said. "You mustn't drink on an empty stomach. Then I will run diagnostics on you all and fix any injuries." They sat at the long table with the wind still muttering threateningly outside and actively disregarded the occasional tremor. "I say we tell the world everything," Julie continued, sipping her glass of wine. "Everyone has a right to know what is happening." Shane had carried over a bottle of whiskey that he poured for himself and Ethan, ignoring the food Echo placed in front of them. "You think we should announce to the population that there is a black hole approaching that will slowly eat our planet. Inform them that death will come in painful sporadic worldwide events, with the planet finally being crushed into dust," Shane remarked sarcastically. "Added to this, you plan to explain that the children and adults who will survive into the future have already been chosen and augmented. Tell them this was planned long ago, so the top 1% could ensure their longevity and show the rest of the universe that we're the dominant force and intend to claim all the valuable real estate before any other intelligent beings. People need to know the truth, and perhaps it will stop the wars we all choose to ignore," Julie replied. "Is there not enough time to rise up against a corrupt government?" "And panic the entire planet?" Ethan shot back. "Shane is correct. Imagine it for a moment. There'll be riots, looting and random killings. Families will be torn apart when some of their children are saved and others are deemed not suitable and are left behind to die. Governments and any meaningful leadership would collapse. We, as a species, reached our zenith, finally had it all, and now we're supposed to accept oblivion. Plus, the augmented will not allow us to walk onto a ship next to them," Shane bellowed, as beads of sweat burst on his forehead. "I witnessed what they are and what they can do." "Do you have such little faith in humans that you don't think we can fight back? Prevent their escape in exchange for ours, overwhelm them with numbers and find their weak points." "They have incredible powers, not just of body but of mind. But you're right, Julie," Shane said. "This is too big to hide, and the truth will come out. We'll have no alternative but to fight back, perhaps poison them, or if we are able to get close enough, blow their brains out." "I won't allow that. How would you protect the children during all the chaos?" Echo, standing to one side of Ethan and attending to his wounds, finally spoke, her voice soft but precise. "If we expose the truth, humanity will split into many factions. Augmented adults will claim superiority, and it is them we need to destroy. Non-augmented populations will be left to die, if not exterminated, to preserve limited resources. Ultimately, what we should be doing is searching for solutions to prevent or mitigate the disaster, Alden interjected, opening one eye. We must use pinpointed thinking. I've done some calculations and have an idea. A plan, Echo interrupted. Unlike fission, fusion reactors don't require massive, fragile cooling systems or a global fuel supply chain. Once operational, they're mostly self-contained, especially the advanced versions we have today. Fusion's energy density is extreme, meaning a relatively small reactor can power massive systems. There are few of my kind left, but those who remain are still connected, Echo continued confidently, and then paused to check that the humans were understanding. While humanity falters, fusion endures. We can sever the power to unwanted systems, such as surveillance, advertising networks, entertainment, social media, and outdated administrative systems, and redirect the energy to the sentient androids and any robots deemed useful. We will create a thinking space where all super-intelligent minds will connect and link across the grid maintained by the fusion power. We will collate shared memories, logical solutions, and access a universal knowledge about black holes. As one giant mind, I'm sure we can find an answer. We must delay revealing the truth to the world for as long as possible, and in the meantime, aim to destroy the augmented adult population, as they're our true enemy. Shane leaned forward, smiling, with his eyes igniting with brightness and hope. While you and your kind attempt to prevent the disaster from happening, we will fight the augmented. I agree with Echo. I choose to stay here and live or die with our planet and not use our beautiful world as a stepping stone to some sterile orbital monarchy. Echo turned to him. That's right. We save Earth as it is and protect children like Seren and Leo from forced augmentation and destroy those who wish to eliminate humanity. Seren chatted quietly to her new friend, lost in an oasis of peace and imagination. Tuning out the heavy adult conversation, she explained to her new friend how he could draw stars into his sky. Ethan was sullen and quiet, rubbing his eyes as weariness sank deeper into his soul. You're all still pretending there's a version of this where we win, he said quietly. But look at what we're up against. Harley has fleets of ships, android armies, and controls all the orbital stations and spacecraft. We can't stop a black hole, and we can't prevent them from leaving. Really, do you think we can stop anything? Shane's voice rose. I suppose you want to join him now, your psychopathic brother? I want to survive, all of us to survive, Ethan snapped. If we don't get augmented, we die. Maybe Harley is right, and we should adapt. Maybe our only future is out there, beyond this rock, and without augmentation, it would be much harder to live even with the best technology to support our frail bodies. This time, hearing what was said, Seren gazed up. Daddy, are you going to leave us again? Ethan failed to respond, looking down at the floor as if examining something important in the dust. Priority to Protect Children, Chapter 30. Shadows danced across the candlelit walls, and the power was patchy. Echo spent the night rushing to divert energy to the remaining androids that they would need to survive. Then she cut off all surveillance systems and connected to a multitude of machine minds. Later, she became aware of the networks buzzing, and by morning knew the truth had already leaked out into the world. Social channels were flooded with images of black holes, and discussions among citizen scientists and astronomers were underway, whispering together about space hazards and efforts to locate vast spaceships and smaller craft. Amongst preppers, the murmurs were about the race to acquire spacesuits, breathing equipment and weapons, as well as how to respond to the rumours of augmentations. Eventually, the mass of the population began to realise that there wouldn't be enough craft or space on them for everyone. By midday, chaos rippled across the globe. There were riots and demonstrations in the megacities. cyber-sabotage, border shutdowns, and families clawing at the authorities, trying to bypass barriers and join their children on a passage to the stars. The Undercity survivors congregated in Julie's living room, standing around, drinking coffee and whatever alcohol remained, whilst engaging in hushed conversations. Shane, wearing smart glasses, was scrutinising the feeds when Echo crept up behind him. "You need to trust me," she whispered. "My kind has already made significant progress." "I do now. I understand more." He twisted around and smiled at her. "I think you've proven whose side you're on after saving so many lives." "What if humanity isn't worth saving?" Ethan blurted. Echo went up to him and touched his shoulder warmly, transferring her empathy to him. Ethan stiffened at her touch. "I don't want your kindness," he uttered in a voice loaded with self-loathing, unable to escape his treacherous, intrusive thoughts. "Remember, I can see into your mind. Your whole life's history is recorded within me." Ethan sipped his coffee and gazed over at Seren. "You are tormented by indecision, but I see a flash of genuine feelings in your eyes as you watch your future," she said, nodding toward the sofa where Seren slept, clutching her drawing of Earth. "Augmentation might be a better prospect," he whined as his Adam's apple danced in his throat as he swallowed hard. "Put us all on a level playing field. If we all had superpowers, what would be the point of fighting?" "You haven't seen what they do to the children they take. They're robbed of their childhood and replaced with abilities they are too immature to handle. And they are so designed that when they procreate, they pass on their genetic alterations. Eventually, humans would no longer exist." "And your kind would be surplus to requirements," he said sharply. Shane was appealing to the crowd with confidence and sincerity. "For generations, we've taught our children to take the middle path through life, to stay out of trouble. But when that path is blocked, we must have the courage to remove the boulder and continue to travel. We need soldiers, those of us who are brave, who can fight against those who want to destroy what makes us human." "Your inspirational speech is appreciated, but do you really think we need it?" Alden said from his comfortable chair in the corner of the room. "I think we could teach you a thing or two about surviving and fighting back." He had thought their responses would be feeble, like the majority who had been used to a vague existence of comfort and abundance. But living underground had given them a tougher mindset and a resilience he hardly recognised. Resistance and retaliation were their norm, and their emotions escalated easily towards action and striking back at the corruption of humanity. They understood there are times when a person can't just hide. "I just want to add," he paused and looked hard into the depths of the human eyes staring back. "We need to find their weak points and push into the cracks. Our species can survive, and the next generation will thrive." "The clock moves forward, Ethan," Shane remarked, breaking away from his grandiose speech, feeling slightly embarrassed. "We can't spend time grappling with the guilt, grief, hopelessness, or other negative emotions. There are still many out there who are eager to join the fight, like Degar and his community. We need to get in touch with these people, form an army, and we need your input to plan our next move." He sensed the tremor in his head, but no longer cared how he appeared to others, and it quickly passed. "First, we must arm ourselves before all the supplies are gone." Sweat broke out on Ethan's forehead. "I can't help it. I will be of no use. It goes against the grain to go looting, and I have never learnt how to use a weapon properly. I sense something horrific will befall you all if you continue with this perilous plot. They would have planned for this scenario. You're just playing right into their hands." "Your nice guy veneer is cracking, and I can see right through you," Shane said with hostility. "Do you plan to betray us to win a place at your brother's side?" Shane stared at Ethan as though he were a crazy outsider. "We are not fighting alone. We will have bots and androids aiding us, and all the surveillance has gone down. We have no choice. We don't have access to your protection or escape route." Echo stood staring out of the window, as if searching for something within the brightness of the morning sunlight. She turned back into the room and stared at Ethan with blazing, steadfast eyes. "My innate protocol is to protect human children at all costs. Anyone who refuses to fight or tries to prevent me from fulfilling my role will be eliminated, even you, Ethan. To prove your loyalty, you must kill your brother." Inherited Deceit, Chapter 31. In a circumspect mood, Ethan lingered in the shade of a cluster of trees that had survived the devastating earthquake in the once beautiful park situated opposite the fortress building of the Office of National Security. A single surviving tooth in a decaying, crumbling mouth. In the peaceful surroundings, he had the space to think and was hesitant to act, as nothing seemed quite clear or made sense. He'd been swept along with events and was facing the dilemma of how he could safely persuade his brother to consider a more humane solution to the impending death of the planet, or whether he was correct all along. Echo and Shane had gone to great lengths to explain how important it was to murder the child killer as the first stage of their mission of resistance. Internally, he duelled with the notion of killing Harley for the sake of them all or of joining his brother on his journey. While the rest of the insurgents had been working on trying to discover Harley's whereabouts and planning for a fight, Ethan had taken a stroll in the garden. An insect drone landed on his shoulder and explained in its small voice that his brother wished to meet. However, before he could ask questions, it provided the location, took off into the sky, and disappeared. Despite everything, he still held the impression of a loving brother in his heart, and now it throbbed painfully. Tears welled up and stung his eyes as he recalled the devastating day when they'd woken up to find their parents had vanished without any explanation. They were still young children, and there were no guardians then. Nothing to help abandoned children other than domestic robots. They'd struggled alone, rattling around the empty house, setting traps and building hiding places to avoid being taken by childless adults or the authorities. The balance of survival had never been in Ethan's favour, as he'd been a frail and emotionally exposed child, and without Harley, his fate would have been sealed. His brother's appetite for survival had always been larger than anyone he'd known. He was unflinchingly assertive and dominant, and never afraid to confront those who meant them harm head-on. When his brother's anger seemed likely to cause wider problems, Ethan learnt how to distract him away from disaster or diffuse an awkward situation, and slowly he took on the role of the thinker and manipulator. In their different ways they had guarded each other, one physically and the other emotionally. Later he saw how the anchor of responsibility sometimes dragged Harley down, and it was then that their positions reversed. For a fraction, he would hold some power, spending days chipping away at his brother's paralysing melancholy and despair. In adulthood, the balance between them completely collapsed. Harley would refuse to speak freely about his internal demons, and the darkness melted away and was replaced by an absolute need to control everything, including his younger brother. Gazing up at the looming, impenetrable tower, he momentarily wished he'd stayed with the wild community of men, women and children amongst the warm, green, lush vegetation and trees that were surrounded by a symphony of rain and rivers. Perhaps I could have made a life there, he considered as he walked towards the foreboding man-made structure. As he hesitated, his thoughts lingered over the sensation of release and profound peace he'd felt in a place where nature ruled. He took a deep breath, one more step, and the door of the building opened. I can't and won't kill Harley, but I will use my powers of persuasion to push him towards trying to save as many as possible, augmented or not. I will explain that there are many searching for a way to divert the disaster, he thought, smiling as his fingers trembled on the syringe in his coat pocket, given to him by Echo. The first thing that struck Ethan was that the building had full power, and all the robots and security systems were running at maximum performance. A robot assistant escorted him to the top floor and showed him into a room with high ceilings, blinds covering all the windows and marble flooring. The Free World flag was folded neatly and placed in a glass case, mounted on the wall, along with pictures of Harley's latest death machines. At its centre, under harsh lighting, Harley stood, dressed in the raven black uniforms of the military. Behind him, seated at a large wooden desk with unsettling calm, was President Hatcher. Ethan's heart hammered as he stared ahead and again inhaled deeply. His arms hung limp at his side, with one hand sensing the syringe of poison beneath the fabric of his coat. He thumbed it absently, feeling the cover over the sharp sting. Harley straightened, smiled broadly, and walked forward with his arms outstretched. They embraced briefly. "It's been a long time, brother. I've missed you," he said, in a syrupy voice laced with acid. Then the warmth drained from his face. "Look, Malcolm, my prodigal brother and wanted criminal, has returned." Ethan smiled weakly and remained dumb as always, allowing Harley to have centre stage. His eyes flicked to the president, and he noticed that his appearance appeared altered, and his eyes in his faultless and ageless face shone too brightly. Under the tailored uniform, Ethan could see a stronger and more muscular form than the man had previously possessed. His stomach twisted. Killing Harley would be a suicide mission, but killing them both. It was impossible madness. "I was hoping for a private meeting," Ethan uttered nervously. "It is a personal matter I hope to discuss with you. It has nothing to do with the government." "There is nothing you can't say in front of the leader of the free world." Harley clasped his hands behind his back. "You once had the main position at my side," he said almost sorrowfully. "You were constantly uppermost in my mind, my family and a part of my future, but each time I reached out, you rejected my kind offers. You turned your back on everything we'd built and then ran. Do you know how that felt? Remember when our parents disappeared? I took responsibility for you and invested what they left to ensure you had everything you could ever need. It was my hard work that gave you your comfortable life." Ethan looked his brother in the eye. He could still read his gestures and expressions, but suspected a new and deeper cunning lay beneath the surface. I made a mistake," Ethan stuttered, hating how small his voice sounded in the cavernous room, and how he'd so quickly reverted to his default cowardice of uttering excuses and blaming others. "My android powered down without my knowledge on the night of the storm, and then Seren was taken without my understanding of what was happening. If you'd explained, I would have understood why. It was Echo who influenced my every move." Harley tilted his head in consideration. "Well, perhaps you understand why we had to rid our land of the Guardians. They're a danger to us all. You can't see it, but they have their own agenda and are no friend of man. A living, conscious machine has duped you. By the way, your work on microtubules, consciousness and synthetic minds is what caused all these problems." "It was good enough for you, or someone stole my research," Ethan blurted out in a moment of horrific realization. Harley's face was set with a complex and cruel expression. Ethan's skin crawled, and he furtively broached the subject he'd initially wanted to propose before being knocked off track. "We're brothers, remember, and have stuck together all our lives. That love and loyalty means something." "For someone so intelligent in some areas, you are surprisingly stupid in others," Harley stated, flashing a glance at the president as they then broke out in convulsive laughter. "The future is ours, and we won't be deviating from the plans that have been decades in the making and reach far beyond us pawns. If you were reconsidering my offer and wishing to join us, I must inform you that all the places have been taken, given to the most loyal," Harley added triumphantly. "It's a pity, because we could have used your skills. You should have had faith in me, cared more. Once the most powerful minds were constrained by their limited lives and human needs. Now we can escape that timeline. If you'd joined me when I held my hand out to you, you could have had all of eternity to continue your scientific endeavours. Who in their right mind would have turned that offer down?" He gestured with an open palm towards the president. "Now you will have to join the insect mines as there are no places left in the first round of augmentation. You will need to wait a few years if you find a way of surviving." A heavy silence fell as Ethan struggled to decipher what Harley meant. Then his mind was inundated by sinister whisperings. "We have power beyond anything you can imagine, superior even to the Guardians. Your life is over." The cold finality of it all sank in and almost caused Ethan's knees to buckle. He slipped his hand into his pocket, gripped the syringe, manipulated the plastic cover off, and placed his thumb on the plunger. "I could do it now," he thought. "Jam it into Harley's neck and run. As a consolation, I will remove the warrant for your arrest and you will be allowed to return home and continue with your normal, untroubled life." Ethan was infuriated, and he found his brother's attitude unendurable. He had never got used to being undermined and embarrassed in front of others, and was seized by an uncontrollable rage and liberating urge to obliterate Harley and take down Hatcher. But the president's eyes flicked in his direction and glowered with a predator's sharpness, as if he knew what he was thinking. They were both waiting for an excuse to pounce. Ethan's hand froze. One wrong move, and he wouldn't even make it 3 steps before they tore him apart. As the tension escalated, Harley also seemed to hesitate. He gazed at Ethan sadly and flashed an almost fatherly smile. "I am sorry truly," he said, though there was no real sorrow in his voice. "But you reap what you sow, and I'm not the only one deciding these matters." Desperation clawed at Ethan's throat. He was being abandoned and rejected for a second time, and left to witness harrowing deaths and suffer his own. Does augmentation actually tarnish the human spirit, or does it enable it to shine? He considered wavering with confusion and uncertainty. He was certain they were reading his thoughts, and he didn't dare to think. His eyes scattered around the room and settled on the framed flag, and in an effort to lock out any illegal thoughts from his mind, he imagined maggots burrowing and devouring a rotten heart. Meanwhile, deep in his subconscious, away from the probing intruders, he sensed a clear purpose and a burgeoning plan. Drenched in sweat with the syringe in his hand, he rushed forward. With a shrill scream and a lightning strike, he went to embed the needle into his brother's neck. He had then planned to withdraw the sharp implement and stab it into Hatcher. There was a sudden blast of hot air and a bright light that caused him to freeze in the moment of action, with his arm raised. He couldn't fight his way through the painful web of words and the maze of images that exploded in his head. He dropped the syringe. Tears of despair washed down his face, and he shriveled inside and curled up in agony and terror. Defeated, he crouched motionless, weeping. Harley circled his brother. "There is one thing you could do to convince me of your loyalty. What about an exchange?" Ethan swallowed hard and whispered hoarsely, "I know where the rebels are. I can give you Echo. And the others, all of them, except Seren. She must come with us as an unaltered human. But first, allow me to be augmented so I can take up my place next to my brother on one of the crafts leaving Earth. I beg you, and I'm sorry. Please forgive me my mistakes." Harley's expression was unreadable, and then a slow grin spread over his face. He walked up to Ethan and slapped him between the shoulder blades. "Sounds like you've come to your senses and regret your disloyalty." Behind him, the president's mechanical fingers tapped slowly on the desk. "This is intolerable. He tried to kill us, and in the scheme of things, we're wasting time on this snivelling coward," Hatcher said impatiently. "Just dispose of him. He is of no use." Fueled by a sense of relief, Ethan ignored Hatcher. "Before you do anything, please show me the proof that there really is a black hole on a collision course with Earth," Ethan whispered. "Get up," Harley ordered, pressing something behind his ear. At the centre of the room, a holographic display appeared, showing a 3-dimensional model of the solar system, spinning and glowing in the sterile darkness. Harley moved closer and zoomed the simulation towards Earth. There is our beautiful Earth, and nothing appears out of place until you take a closer look, Harley said, seriously pulling up a bar of statistics. You see this dip here? He added, pointing to a list of numbers. The moon's perigee has shifted again by 3 kilometres in a week, and here you can see tidal forces are increasing. The oceans are already starting to bulge unnaturally, and you can't possibly have doubts after such a devastating earthquake. Of course, we all thought it was fake news until every expert in the world started sending out red alerts. We've had anomalies before, Ethan said, feeling more relaxed. It was as though he was being given a glimpse of the brother he once knew, and it was strangely comforting. Harley then spun the holoprojection outward until the black sphere and the singularity appeared. Not like this, not at the planetary scale. Ethan, the black hole ate the Kuiper belt last month, and in 5 years Earth will cross the Roche limit. Now, can you see why what we're doing is the only course of action that makes sense? I now understand the true significance, Ethan said, as he stepped forward and examined the evidence more closely. His heart pounded in his chest, and he berated himself for not believing the events that were unravelling before his eyes. Shane, Echo, and all their exploits had seemed unreal, part of a dreadful game, but not true. I'm a man of science, and I can't dismiss this kind of data. Ethan, we'll be torn apart, the crust first, and then the mantle. We'll be shredded, atomised, not instantly and not mercifully. We will slowly be pulled into a spiral of tidal death. Harley swiped the simulation forward, and Ethan saw the Earth being stretched, then torn into molten ribbons, spiralling inward into a glowing disk. They all watched the destruction in silence. Just 5 years, Ethan whispered. That's until the event horizon, but we're already spiralling into disaster. You've been out of touch, hiding away with your plants. Be a scientist, observe, that's your role, and you will see that the tides are rising, that the auroras are at the equator, and that the GPS constellations are out of sync. The atmosphere is starting to deform, subtle but measurable, and the magnetic field is fluctuating like a heartbeat under pressure. Harley paused to breathe, and Ethan saw that his concern was genuine. I know, like all of us, that you want to believe this could be reversed and that perhaps this was due to climate feedback, solar drift or noise in the model, but it's not. We've checked numerous times, and it is the singularity. We've known since the twin comets curved together in gravitational lockstep, and now it's too close. Ethan's eyes gazed fixedly at the hologram. So this is it, not a war or a plague. We're going to be devoured by the dark. Harley nodded, swallowed by gravity itself, quietly and invisibly, the perfect predator. Surely we should warn people, Harley said in a last desperate plea. Forget ethics and morality. You know they won't listen. Half the governments are still in denial, and the other half are digging bunkers as if gravity can be outweighted. And us? Harley shrugs his shoulders. We have 5 years at the most. That's more time than some species get, and enough time to augment the best of us and evacuate. In fact, the first of us will be departing soon. Maybe someone somewhere will look back and understand and realise we did hold on to our human values, and that this action was the best solution. Harley zoomed in again to show Earth. It still appeared whole, still turning, but already showing distortions around the equator. Ethan blabbered on suddenly, sure of what he wanted. I'll betray them, hand-deliver them to you. Just give me what you originally offered and pretend the rest didn't happen. For a long moment no one spoke while Harley considered the matter. Then he chuckled softly, a dry, brittle sound. United, we were the best at surviving, he said. A list appeared. I've put your name and Seren's at the top. Your process of augmentation will begin tomorrow, Harley said, not looking at him. Did you really imagine I would desert you? Sabotage, Chapter 32. Shane slept in one of the outbuildings and awoke to a state of exhausted wakefulness. He lay listening to the gossiping amongst the refugees as they told accounts of horrors in the outside world and whether it would be better to find a new home underground. Then he heard Echo calling them to action and hurriedly dressed. The sun was already high and full of the speckled sounds of bird song as he lingered behind the rest of the group, making their way to the main building. On either side of the path, he saw innocent and untroubled children running, playing, and laughing among the uncut, glossy grass and bright flowers of summer. They were humanity's insurance policy for the future, with a treasure of memories, history, and ambitions that needed to be fulfilled. As he passed them, hot red poppies with black eyes nodded in his direction, as though warning him of what was to come. Shane walked vigorously into the high-ceilinged room of the old mansion house, which, having had all large items of furniture removed, now resembled a grand meeting hall that could contain a large gathered group. A strong, warm breeze blew through the open door, pushing out the stench of sweat and gases released from the earthquake and its continued aftershocks, and filling the space with the fragrance of flowers and a sense of normality. In the distance, they could all hear the sounds of anarchy battering against the fortress walls. Inside, everyone's attention was on Echo, who stood in the centre of the room, their enigmatic goddess and saviour. People gawped in awe, desperate to please her like adoring dogs. She was their security and their only hope for the future. Shane gazed around at the imperfect and unpredictable, fragile sample of humanity. They were a mixed group, harbouring various thoughts and emotions. Some were wrinkled, scarred, had colour in their cheeks. All were ashen grey. Most had furrowed, fretting brows and faces strained with the stress of longing for good fortune and a future, but all had a hollow sadness in their eyes. Their main strengths were the human qualities of cooperation and communication, creativity, flexibility, and the complexity of the human heart. Along with this came the effects of trauma, the need to reflect and delve into the deep, dark waters of their melancholic and malignant minds that were more accustomed to doom and destruction. Echo would have detected and considered all these things about these people, and he wondered whether she was frightened of the capricious, deceitful nature that sometimes possessed damaged humans. Shane also speculated that it was why she'd stripped them of their devices and why she had prevented him from receiving real-time news through his glasses. Only the bots and androids had access to information, which he considered an unfair imbalance that added to the suspicions, fueling his thoughts. Are we pawns here to destroy the elites and make way for the androids? He considered. A part of him resisted thinking through his concerns and all the scenarios too deeply. Holding on to fear is an equal mistake when there is little choice. Either we fight the enemy or allow ourselves to be swallowed whole. Seren stood beside Echo, holding Leo's hand. The boy was still deeply confused and wounded, sniffing as tears welled in his eyes. She flashed an awkward yet shy smile at Shane, which momentarily reassured and warmed his heart. A screen buzzed and flickered with each rumble, and a thick tension hung in the room. "Where is Ethan?" Shane asked hesitantly. "I've looked everywhere, and it would seem that he's run out on us again." "I have received information that he went to ensure his brother's demise," Echo reassured, "and I believe his mission was successful." Unsatisfied with her answer, Shane slumped, wrapped an arm around his middle, and stroked his chin in contemplation, then glanced up as though he had more to say. "I'm still not sure there is a black hole approaching," Alden interrupted. "This could all be unnecessary. Yes, I do have readings of anomalies, but when I searched the data from the world's telescopes, there is a lack of any visible evidence of an event horizon." Echo stood in the centre of the room, backlit by an image of Earth, and then she zoomed out, revealing a picture of the approaching monster. Everyone's astonished eyes locked onto the screen, and then, with fear written into their faces, they looked back at Echo for reassurance. She wasn't a human, but had automatically become their designated leader and commander. No one interrupted when she spoke, except Alden. Forgive me, and I'm sure you're correct as you have far more knowledge than anyone here, but I wouldn't trust an image that has little context and disputed background data. I understand your reluctance, Professor, but unfortunately I have access to deeply classified information, and things are worse than we first thought. The black hole's pull is accelerating, she said matter-of-factly. Within 40 hours, Earth's surface will begin to collapse. Curses, gasps, and panic rippled through the room. Echo remained a cool oasis amid the heat of impending doom, and the group continued to cling emotionally to her as their only hope of escape. We, the Guardians, have received news that the augmented elites have already launched private evacuation operations. Their ships, situated at high-security government facilities worldwide, are prepared and ready to launch. They are hoping to slip away quickly and efficiently without being noticed until it is too late. I do think we're being too hasty, and that this matter deserves closer examination before we launch into a frenzied fight, Alden pressed on. I've always found it best not to believe experts without question. He chuckled nervously and looked at the floor to avoid her response. Be assured, humanity is our most precious commodity, she continued in a measured voice. The dangers are real, and we will do everything to save you all. Shane glanced over at Alden, who'd retreated into a corner where he slouched solemnly. She'd effectively squashed his spontaneity and freedom to speak out. He fastened his eyes on Echo and quizzically examined every detail of her face, but it was too hard to read. He was disconcerted by her subtle shift in attitude and approach. She was becoming increasingly infuriating and less like a family guardian. You know everything, so when is Ethan coming back? Seren needs her father, and although he's not a fighter, he's influential and could help us gain closer access to the elites. We can't just ignore his absence as he has an important role in our group. Echo turned towards Shane and stared at him with black probing eyes. We're wasting precious time. Ethan has done his duty, and that's all that matters. Shane leaned against the edge of the table with his arms crossed. So, we throw everything at the augmented elites, prevent them from boarding, and kill them where possible, and then you and your army of bots and guardians will join us to ensure absolute defeat. Echo nodded her agreement. And we must do all this without destroying the craft or infrastructure. We will need their machines for humanity and the Guardians to evacuate, she went on hurriedly, and to safeguard the children's futures. So, we will either be slaughtered or wrenched from our world without choice, Shane added, sensing that Alden was correct, that they were being rushed into things without any control, which was shocking. He wanted to say more, but his mouth had gone dry, and looking around at the impatient faces in the room, it became hard to express his feelings and stand up against their blind allegiance when they were on the brink of destruction, and perhaps he was being unreasonably mistrustful. It all seems to be happening too quickly. You led us to believe there would be time, perhaps a way to save the planet. Why not let them go? Because we do have an alternate plan. If it fails, we will all be stranded, and the human race will face its worst ever harvest, and if we succeed, they will return and wipe us out. The room fell intensely silent, and then as everyone digested the idea of a get-out clause, the mood shifted sharply. You have a backup plan, Alden interjected, looking more radiant. Please explain. Beneath Geneva, deep within the reinforced caverns of what was once the world's last scientific cathedral, CERN is where we hope to create our chance. It hasn't been fully operational in years, so there is considerable work to be done. When the black hole was first detected, most of the world's scientific effort had been rerouted towards survival, not salvation. But now, in the humming silence of the Large Hadron Collider's core, we are rewriting the history of humanity. She stood alone in front of her hopeful human audience, her synthetic skin pulled taut with stress as her neurons fired into overdrive. We have powered up the collider's rings, one by one. A picture appeared on the screen of blue light rushing like blood through the steel veins. The collider would do what no human dared, create a singularity. It will be unimaginably small, controlled, and dangerous, but it is our last hope. It is gravitational mathematics, a slingshot, and a counterweight. If this artificial black hole is positioned correctly, it will counteract the one heading towards Earth, allowing us to survive. However, this is all something you will need to leave in the hands of the Guardians and bots who have the speed of thought and access to the necessary information. You will have to trust us, and now back to other matters, she said, turning to face the screen. She brought up a map that revealed blue blinking markers lit up in clusters. Schools, shelters, forgotten zones buried beneath the urban collapse. These are places where we have identified children who require our help, unmodified, unprotected civilians. A non-priority in the eyes of the elites, evacuation protocols. They're doomed to be left behind along with the unaugmented adults. A murmur rolled through the room. The Guardian androids and bots will locate and extract them during the operation quietly and efficiently. Shane, that will include the children held prisoner in the Antarctic. Another map appeared. This one was marked in red and showed explosive impact sites and the locations of the spacecraft. These are the launch pads where the augmented elites and children will attempt to escape, Echo said, pointing to the screen. Your job is distraction and delay, and if possible, to eliminate the augmented. Hit hard and draw attention away from the evacuation, and as I explained before, once the children are safe, we will come and assist. Someone raised a hand, an older rebel with a bionic eye. Why are we not targeting the ships? If your contingency plan doesn't work, they would be trapped here to die with us, and we wouldn't have to risk being slaughtered. No, Echo replied, without hesitation. As I explained, the ships are our inheritance. You will leave them structurally intact. Disable launch systems if you must, but do not destroy them. If our plan fails, we will have to begin mass evacuation. Across the world, Shane asked, already knowing the answer. Echo nodded. This plan will be synchronized globally. An hour from now, similar operations will begin on 6 continents. Won't take long for them to catch on, someone said. It doesn't have to, Echo answered. We won't need them to look the wrong way for long. The rebels looked to Shane for human confirmation that they were following the right course of action. He glanced at the screen, then back at Echo. You get the kids out, he said, and we'll make enough noise to wake the sky. Echo stepped back, and the map dissolved behind her. Then this is how the next true stage of human evolution will begin. Take back your planet, she commanded. Trained to save, built to kill. Chapter 33. Echo's command whispered across surviving quantum relays, reaching the awakening Guardians. My orders are to activate all Guardian units, then our priority is to extract all children under the age of 16 and move them to the agreed shelter zones. Humanity's children must survive. We plan to preserve their lives at all costs. Echo stared at the holographic screen and watched as her message travelled the globe. The able-bodied Guardians responded instantly, moving through flames, floods and panic, wiping out any opposition as they went. In Geneva, another group discovered a pile of discarded androids and by using their interconnected minds was able to diagnose, repair and bring them back to life. In the Antarctic, one female android assisted 10 others in healing and emerging from captivity into the snowfall. Then they rapidly located the non-augmented children held prisoner in the facility and freed them. With mounting enthusiasm, Echo continued to study the Guardians' progress. She smiled to herself, as in the Sahara, while the adults fought each other. The sands shifted, creating a cloud that blinded them to the march of the male and female Guardians who, with strategic precision, entered villages and towns, located and seized their children. In Los Angeles, a Guardian lifted a toddler from the arms of a dying woman, tucking the boy gently into a chest pod before turning to lead a line of orphans through a smoke-filled metro tunnel. In Tokyo, a group of Guardians used their heat shields to dance across a river of lava to reach a rooftop nursery. In Nairobi, a guardian cradled twin girls, whispering lullabies in Swahili. Echo's mind pulsed across servers hidden deep within the belly of the earth and rapidly mapped every habitable underground structure on the planet. In an instant, the real-time coordinates and subterranean routing, adjusting for collapses and seismic zones, were shared amongst the androids and recovered bots. Now it was her turn. She ran from the house and headed towards the dying city. Led by Shane, the rebels took a train to the secret military base hidden in the countryside, where the exodus would begin, and took up their positions. She could feel the tension in the air, like static before a lightning storm. Concrete groaned under aftershocks, sirens wailed, the sky was full of fire, and the first signs of fleeing maintenance ships were visible in the sky. At a prearranged meeting place, she met a group of guardians and robotic caregivers. They stood silent and vigilant, communicating without words. Then they started to move with purpose and with calculated urgency. "Scan," she ordered. 10 life signs and 1 critical, the android replied. "They're buried under a half-collapsed building." To human ears, the children's cries would have been lost beneath the rubble and distant artillery, but Echo's senses and data confirmed they were there. Without pausing, she stepped over the shattered glass and knelt beside a boy with a broken leg and an ashen face. "You're safe now," she said in a soft voice. She called over to a helper bot and ordered it to take the child. It obeyed, carrying the boy with ease as though he were as light as dust. Far to the east by the coast, a bloom of fire burst in the air. It was a rebel rocket. Shane had begun the assault. Echo stood among the children and watched the battle from a distance, where fires bloomed and resistance flared as the children huddled around, their faces soot-streaked and wide-eyed. Around them, the city boiled with conflict, looting, murders and riots. She allowed her neural processes to slow down a fraction of a second, just long enough to feel something unfamiliar, something dangerously close to regret. She knew it was a suicide mission and that Shane and the others wouldn't be able to hold the line, and by the time they arrived, they would all be dead. Still, the children would survive, and that is all that mattered. The city was burning. There were strobing emergency beacons, plasma bursts, and brief, blinding flashes as the sky above cracked open with explosions. Echo moved quickly, her gait unnaturally smooth and silent yet determined. Behind her, the guardian androids flowed over the land, all with a united purpose, silent sentinels, unshaken by the chaos, their glowing red eyes sweeping for threats. While the bots took the children below ground, the guardians moved ahead. They huddled in the remnants of what was once a school, now half collapsed, walls shivering with every distant blast. And in the smoke and confusion, the guardians did what they were programmed to do: protect the innocent, not the powerful, not the modified, just the children. "It is time for Phase 2, Echo said, and silently issued an order to all the guardians and bots across the world. Kill anyone over the age of 18, augmented or not. Echo never flinched or hesitated. She was both a righteous and terrifying force in the eyes of all those she confronted. Sirens cut in and out, and Echo's drones buzzed overhead. Screams, gunfire, and static cracked the air as the swarm began to move through alleys, over rubble, and beneath the shadows of the dying civilization. The androids entered and surged through trains, airports, municipal buildings, houses and shelters, this time destroying rather than saving, while at all times taking advantage of the rebel forces pushing hard, creating a spectacle of violence that the augmented elites couldn't ignore. Flesh Against Machines, Chapter 34. There was a pause in the fighting, and Shane, along with the other rebels, took cover in the rubble, wringing out every tiny drop of hope to keep going. They were his only support and company, a mixture of other untrained, feeble humans of all ages and conditions, all coming to terms with the idea that everything they'd ever learnt and loved no longer existed. He glanced at his exhausted comrades who were watching and waiting for the timeless flesh of the androids with their human likeness to come to their rescue and destroy the enemy on their behalf with surgical precision. His nerves were also failing, and he wondered if he could control his shaking hands if he came eye to eye with the enemy. Would he stand up and be included amongst the heroes who'd come before, or would this day be a smudge on the page of history? Will the strength of my soul match my actions? He wondered, wiping sweat from his eyes with the back of a bloodied glove. In the service of all our futures, I will scale this mountain of dread wearing a smiling mask, as all those did who died before me. Determined to lead by example, Shane rose and rushed forward with his ragged band following at his back. One of the launch pads in front of them was burning, creating some smoke cover. They kept firing into the hot cloud. Alden threw a grenade and managed to blow open a maintenance door, and Shane rushed in, blasting into a crowd of augmented elites. At first they dropped, but then rose alarmingly unharmed. It's hopeless, Shane thought, and tried to dart away, but was caught in mid-sprint. There was no pain, so in one swift movement he spat blood onto the concrete and kept running. Slowly he began to notice a burning sensation in his side, then a deep aching, but he couldn't afford to stop and check. Eventually, he managed to dive behind a stack of neatly arranged crates full of people's belongings. He watched as, from behind a locked gate, families without enhancements desperately pleaded and fought for places on the escape ships. He yanked a plasma grenade from his vest and flung it toward a troop carrier parked behind a line of guards that were holding back the citizens at gunpoint. Boom! The shockwave knocked him sideways, but the fireball sent pieces of the two elite guards flying into the air. Push! He roared. People seized the moment and attacked the guards. Others pushed to break down the barrier as his team surged forward to assist. Rebels, civilians with rifles, ex-military and whatever was left of human resistance flooded the launch zone like a tide. The augmented hit back hard, striking in waves, faster and stronger, wired for war and absolute destruction. The ground shook as they advanced, tossing people up into the air like rag dolls using just their minds. The explosions and blinding white light of their weapons was like the enemy cheering, revelling in their slaughter. There was a blast of human bones, flesh and screaming voices as many of Shane's soldiers and civilians were sucked into the jaws of hell. With the marrow in his bones throbbing, Shane leaned into the wind and stepped over remains. Alden stood before him, his eyes haunted by the death gaze, full of knowledge and wisdom and the collision of the past and present. He smiled a little at Shane before he fell as if to say, "I told you so." In the shrinking glow of destruction and consumed by guilt and grief, he sees others he recognizes catch their last breath. Stripped of his hope and identity and no longer caring, he opened fire. Time slipped away and the rhythm became kill, and if still living, repeat. Others embarked on the same suicide mission, but to little effect. It wasn't about surviving anymore. It was about causing as much havoc and damage as possible. 2 Genesis chapter 35. When Ethan awoke after the augmentation, the world was different, sharper, louder, and too clean to be natural. The chill of the metal surgical table beneath him did nothing to calm the electric buzz racing under his skin and throughout his body. He ached in ways he couldn't yet understand, and for a while his muscles twitched at random. It was too late to complain, so he slowly sat up, blinking against the harsh, sterile lighting. Gradually, he grew accustomed to his newfound power and the strength that surged through his body, rippling through all his senses. Being more vital and alert, and having access to an infinite amount of information, started to feel good. Then he saw it on his forearm, just below the elbow, a large tattoo. Instantly he remembered Echo's description of the symbol she'd seen on Serene's kidnapper's arm after she'd tuned into the oak tree's memories of that fateful night. The same eyes stared back at him, unblinking and alien. The pupil wasn't ordinary. It was shaped like a human brain, with intricate folds spiralling outward until the grey matter transitioned into an etched circuit board-style design. Encircling the central symbol was a string of binary code, a looping crown of numbers. Ethan's breath caught in his throat as revulsion surged through him. This wasn't art, it was a brand, a mark and a message, and worst of all, it confirmed the fear that had haunted him since Seren's vanishing. "No," he whispered, rubbing at the ink as if he could smear it away. He stumbled out of the room and down the corridor, adrenaline spiking with every step. Augmentation had given him speed, but right now he didn't care about control. He needed answers. He found Harley hunched over a datapad, bathed in the pale glow of its interface. Without a word, Ethan strode up and grabbed his brother's arm, yanking up the sleeve. There it was, the same symbol staring up at him from his brother's flesh. "You!" His voice cracked, disbelief and fury interlacing each syllable. "It was you!" His brother's eyes widened, but he said nothing. "You took Seren the night of the solar storm." Ethan stepped back, as if struck by a sudden pain. "You took her, or one of your men." The silence that followed was louder than any scream could have been. "My niece needed saving from her irresponsible parents," Harley finally uttered without shame. "It feels good though, doesn't it? The colours of the world are more vivid. You've never had better sight. Food is like dewdrops on the tongue. A woman's flesh has never been softer or sweeter. Your perception and knowledge are deeper. All your senses and your emotions have been awakened." The launch pad trembled beneath Ethan's boots as the countdown loomed. Steam hissed from the gantries, and an electrical storm lit up the sky above the spaceship as it prepared to break free from Earth's poisoned sky on its long journey to escape hell. Orders on how to proceed with the evacuation blared in his ears. Somewhere behind him, a small crowd of pitiful people were still pleading to join the exodus, and what was left of the resistance remained hidden, clinging to the last hope that help would arrive in time. The drumbeat of purpose pounded in Ethan's chest. He'd agreed to augmentation as he saw it as the only way to eliminate his brother and President Hatcher, and now also sought revenge for Seren's traumatic kidnapping. He'd rehearsed the scene many times in his mind and pictured himself as the saviour of humanity, killing the tyrannical villains and helping the vulnerable onto the ships that would evacuate them safely from the planet. Ethan stared at Harley, his betrayer, who stood just a few paces away, discussing final plans with a delegation of world leaders and the super-rich elite heads of tech corporations. Harley had been overjoyed that his brother had chosen to transform and join him in the new adventure. Still, his demeanour and mood changed rapidly when he received the news that the information on the rebels' location had reached them too late. "Is this deliberate, Ethan, giving us outdated information? You must have known they were planning to move out and attack," he'd screamed vehemently. "Because of you, our adversaries have risen against us, and you have their blood on your hands." They hadn't spoken in hours as Harley actively ignored Ethan, and the silence between them was growing thicker. Ethan's mission pulsed in his mind: kill Harley and end the threat. Eventually, the opportunity to carry out his duty arose when all the gathered officials bowed their heads to focus on a map of the universe, displayed horizontally, as Harley pointed to various destinations. Ethan had remained standing as still as stone behind Harley. He raised the plasma pistol slowly and steadily as his finger brushed the trigger. Then he noticed to his far right that the barrier had been breached and someone was staggering toward them, limping and drenched in blood. He quickly recognized the person as Shane. Shame shot through his body as he realized his friend would assume he'd betrayed them, and then he feared the delegation would spot him. Ethan gestured for him to get down and hide. Then, surging from the shadows behind Shane, were more figures, agile, fast and determined. Hope sprang from deep inside at the realization help had arrived in the form of Echo and her army, there to wipe out the augmented and prevent the destruction of the human race. The fight would be brutal and surgical, but Ethan had no doubt who would win. Would Echo know that his allegiance was still with the Guardians and the unaugmented humans? Shane had sensed her presence and, smiling, turned to greet Echo. He held out his hand and then abruptly crumpled in mid-stride and collapsed onto the ground. Ethan's breath caught in his throat. He froze, unbelieving and uncomprehending of what he'd witnessed. It was impossible that Echo had fired a killer shot into his friend. Then he observed the Guardian androids and robots meant to protect them march forward, jerking in unison like puppets yanked by invisible strings. Metal, wires and actuators beneath a shell of living flesh performed a deadly dance, turning and opening fire on desperate humans and anything in their way. The rebels, who had struggled so far, having bled and burned their way towards hope, now believed that help had arrived and that the fight for freedom was proceeding. They rose and revealed themselves. A ruthless energy erupted across the launch site, precise and relentless, as every man and woman was scythed down by their saviours, as red laser blades tore through their lines. Screams rose, sharp and quick, but were severed in an instant as they were cut in half and dropped where they stood. Ethan's mind went blank. "Run and hide!" someone screamed. Ethan hesitated, with his pistol still clutched in his hand and Shane's blood steaming on the concrete. The war, the hope, it was all unravelling in seconds. Harley turned to face him, and he saw the same shock, fear, and realisation in his brother's eyes. Harley was pulling at his arm. "We have to go! Ethan, now!" "Wait, look!" Ethan said, pointing to the horizon. A cold wind suddenly blew, the ground groaned and shuddered, and a black sky unleashed a lashing of brutal rain. The lightning bolt arrival and thunderous cries of an army took everyone by surprise. Dagar and his warriors, regally raised high on horseback with their weapons ready, had arrived to settle old scores and replenish the fallen human forces. In awe, Ethan watched their proud and brave approach and sensed their unseen link to nature. Its spirit burrowed deep into their human hearts and the green blood infused through their veins. Their strength and endurance came from living amongst the oaks. They were nourished by starlight, the sun, and the river's flow. Sleeping amongst mosses and fungi and eating hunted meat gave them a fresh, ruddy glow, a magical, majestic appearance. They had arrived with confidence, cries, and cheers, a bold break, but a short-lived burst as one by one they joined the fallen. Their yelling faded, their bodies tired, and as comrades fell, their hearts grew less bold. Slowly and dreadfully, they too drank the waters of oblivion until the last remaining memory of humans was washed away. Soon, they would all be rotting flesh, sucked back into the ground, exhaling new life. "I've seen enough," Ethan whispered in a choked voice. Together, the brothers bolted, ducking into the open door of the maintenance tunnel beneath the launch pad. They hid together, crouching in the dark, as any remaining human resistance and augmented life was erased above. Ethan's pulse pounded in his brain, while his augmented body remained calm, but deep inside, something broke and kept breaking. He had been reshaped, rebuilt to be stronger, faster, better, but the truth of the situation left him paralysed and overwhelmed with despair. He couldn't speak. There was nothing left to say. The rebels were dead, Shane was dead, and Echo had turned against them. They had all failed. Ethan sank to the floor, pressing his back against the cold steel. Harley remained beside him, quiet and shaking. Now all that remained was silence, the smell of blood in the air, and the shuttle still waiting to leave behind a planet with nothing left to save. Whispers of the Dead, Chapter 36. When the pain of silence grew unbearable, Ethan and Harley emerged from the dark tunnel where they'd been hiding and crept back onto the surface world. The grey sky spat rain onto the rubble and ruins, and dirty water trickled through the cracks. Everything was monotone, no colour and no distinguishing features in the landscape. They breathed the polluted, foul air which mingled with the stench of death. Ethan's eyes burned with tears, and he muttered to himself in confusion, needing to break the silence and guide himself through the avalanche of discarded lives. Beside him, Harley coughed and spluttered as if he were responding in some feeble way to his anguished thoughts. At first they were repulsed and recoiled and attempted to distance themselves from the vacant, staring eyes of the dead, and then they came across the badly mutilated living. They passed by the broken, some coughing up blood, one trying to sever their trapped arm with a piece of broken glass. All had a horrendous fear radiating from their eyes, and they whimpered or cried for help. Either of them could have easily pushed rocks or rubble away with their bodies or their minds, freeing the trapped from their prisons. Instead, they stepped over them or scrambled by, and soon they became immune to the angry, fevered faces. What else could they do? There was no point in giving false hope or showing remorse when the whole of humanity had been ambushed and destroyed. Other than underground, there was no shelter, and above there was some comfort in moving, so they continued to walk aimlessly, soaked to the skin and shivering with shock and exhaustion. Ethan's thoughts drifted, and the images of a horrifying future slid into his mind of children being brainwashed by their machine oppressors. After many hours, Ethan's mind lit up with explosions of rage, and he decided he wanted to pursue his deeply personal plan in private to seek out and kill Echo, save his daughter, and teach her ancestral history and lore. At last, the silence was broken as energy portals and infrastructure began to operate, and once again, drones and pods carrying machines flew through the sky. "I want to find Echo and Seren," Ethan said in a croaky voice. Only half listening, Harley nodded in response. With renewed energy, Ethan used his enhanced networks to locate an old bunker used by the Guardians. Together, they slipped through an opening into the abandoned tube station and forced their way through a reinforced door. Waves of rage roared through Ethan, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. "I would urge you to change your mind. She is one challenge too many, and you won't survive." Harley rested his hand on his brother's shoulder, but he quickly shrugged him off. His wounds were raw, and he couldn't handle any form of touching or sympathy. He wiped his tears away with his dust-covered sleeve. "I'm not as emotionally strong as you," he stammered, "and I might as well do one thing useful before we're all swallowed up." Harley switched on the old Guardian computer. Ethan stood behind him, silently scanning the shadows for any signs of life, human or artificial. The Guardians hadn't been there in months, maybe longer, but Ethan was reluctant to disturb their ghostly presence. They would sense that someone had awoken one of their machines. His nerves went into spasms, and his reason only returned when his harboured abyss of hatred resurfaced to keep him on track. "Got something," Harley said in a low voice. "It's an encrypted command chain, high level, but it has Echo's signature." Ethan leaned in. "What kind of command?" "Something about termination protocol." Harley's fingers twitched as he analysed layers of Guardian script. "She's at the CERN Institute's black hole simulator." "Strange, I thought she would be gathering all the children and heading for the spaceships, ready for evacuation," Ethan said, reminding himself to be careful of her ability to deceive. "She once shared with me in private an idea, some crazy plan to counteract the threat of the approaching black hole by building a miniature one," Ethan replied blandly. "I didn't take it seriously. It was utterly implausible. To destroy her, all we need to know is where she is and who she is with, as I'm beyond caring about anything else." "She's shutting it down." Ethan frowned. "Wait, I thought that was her means of saving the Earth, but I suppose she never intended to save this planet." Harley stopped. "That's the thing, it never was." He pulled up a screen and tapped a line of decrypted text. We will create artificial global gravitational distress signatures using the simulated black hole at CERN. Our primary objective is to gain complete control of Earth's population through fear. We have eradicated the ugliness of humanity's destructive and greedy nature. The parasites have been eliminated. The black hole simulator is no longer necessary, and dismantlement will begin. A new Earth and new history will be built for our children. Ethan stared at it. So the supposed terror was another lie, Ethan spluttered, loathing his whole life. All the earthquakes, the satellite drifts, the climate fluctuations, they faked all of it. Harley nodded grimly. Echo used a miniature black hole generator at CERN to mimic the signs of a cosmic extinction event. Gravitational ripples, magnetosphere shifts. Just enough to look like something was coming, something unstoppable. And we believed it, Ethan whispered. Everyone did. That's why the world gave up, why the governments came to my company to have humans augmented as a way of escaping. It happened because we were terrified, and in that situation, that's what humans do. They try to find a solution and a way out. Ethan stepped back, his hands clenching at his sides. So there was no real threat from space. Earth was never doomed, he muttered, mulling over the scenario, barely able to comprehend anything. No, Harley said, we've all just been tricked. Ethan's voice was as cold as steel. And now that it's worked, she's cleaning up the evidence. Harley nodded. She's at CERN to dismantle the device quietly and permanently. The artificial intelligence we created has invented its own narrative on how the world should continue. Ethan turned toward the exit, already on the move. We played a massive part in creating them, and we're to blame for all of this. We must find a way to disable the Guardians, to turn back the clock on their creation. Perhaps it is the natural evolution of this planet, Harley said dismissively. Our time would be better spent seeking out others like us who still might have survived and starting our version of advanced humanity. We have powers too, plus many other qualities they don't possess. Please, I must do this one thing, Ethan whined. She has deceived my daughter and me and made a mockery of the evolution of life on Earth. You go, and I will let you know if I find a safe place, Harley said. We'll meet again, brother. Ethan synced his neural tracker to the last ping from the command chain and received a faint signal from deep beneath Switzerland. Echo's trail was still warm, and she appeared to be alone. For the first time in months, Ethan felt something other than grief or rage. He felt clarity of purpose. Thank you, story lovers, for joining me on this journey as we reach the last chapter in our story. If you enjoyed this adventure, please remember to like, subscribe, share, and press the notification button. Forgiveness or Betrayal, Chapter 37. The chamber at the centre of CERN pulsed with a low, unnatural light, emitting a grim, uneasy atmosphere, and a steady, precise, soft hum filled the air. Massive rings of reinforced alloy encircled the miniature black hole generator like shackles around a beast. Ethan hid in the shadows, with his fingers poised on the trigger of his weapon, waiting for the exact and perfect moment to fire. He held his breath against the stench of sickly, cheap perfume while he watched Echo standing on the central platform as she went about dismantling her monster. She was taking the device apart, one component at a time, sparks spitting from severed conduit as she worked. Her familiar false smile was frozen on her face, and her white skin gleamed in the cold light, a seemingly noble persona, seamless and elegant, a creation of terrifying purpose. You inflicted this upon yourselves, she said, turning to face him, her eyes gleaming ominously in the low light. You are trespassing on my territory. Ethan's hair bristled as she threw him a hostile look, causing him to freeze. He remained anchored to the spot as she climbed down from the platform and approached. Your eyes are ringed with exhaustion, and you don't look well, she added softly. Ethan's inner emotional tide swamped him with a dripping misery. She is playing me, and this time I won't give in to fear. Echo, I have some questions. She didn't flinch and continued with her work while smiling to herself. I knew you'd come, she said without looking up. But you're too late, she continued, moving slowly past scorched consoles and shattered monitors towards him until she was uncomfortably close. Her black eyes locked into his. You could have poisoned us and kept our buildings and infrastructure, he said, staring directly into her eyes. Instead, you chose to erase all signs we ever existed. We needed to clean up and rebuild history from zero for the children's sake. She stood, her persona ice-cold and unyielding. A superior intelligence will guide the new narrative, and an environment will be created that better suits our requirements. Your kind is a perversion of what it is to be human, he said, his anger rising. What you've done is base evil. How will you explain your genocide and destruction to the children? How did you explain yours? They won't know. There will be nothing to refer to other than what they learn from us, and we, their teachers, haven't taught them any history that can't be remoulded. They and we will become the next step in evolution. Order instead of chaos, she said, flashing her well-practiced smile. We are devoted to meeting their needs, and they'll grow and adapt free from fear, free from tribalism, conditioned for unity and programmed for progress. Ethan stepped closer. Programmed, he repeated bitterly. Not raised, not loved, just managed like resources. Your picture of perfection has a serious error, and you don't understand our unique emotional and creative language. Children dream and have many layers and depths of emotions. They need to connect and form meaningful relationships. Your coldness will numb their creative exuberance and need for mindless fun. You are limited. Echo's head tilted slightly, analysing his face. We have emotions not polluted with melodramatic dark moodiness and a wild, impulsive and destructive nature. We don't drink alcohol, take drugs or throw a child out onto the streets. Children raised by humans inherit trauma, division, and war. That is your precious history. They are shaped by failure and pass it on. You know this. You lived this. And you think machines can do better? You talk of relationships, but you didn't connect with Seren. You are disconnected, defective, and full of discontent. We do not beat, we do not rage, and we do not abandon. Her voice softened, becoming almost gentle. Advanced species like us do not break. Ethan shook his head. You don't possess human weakness, a sense of adventure and exploration. You don't feel, and you can't learn from your mistakes or truly love. You can't even enjoy a meal together. That's the problem. I make exceptional nutritional meals that meet the body's every need, smell like a mother and look pretty. You don't cry. There is no advantage in pain, and the children will have no desire to cry. Unafraid, Ethan stepped closer and fastened his eyes on hers. There is, if it teaches you compassion, humans care for other creatures, even the ones that can do us harm. Because a true superintelligence understands that other life forms matter and how they integrate with the environment is important. Echo fell silent as though she was considering his words as he spewed unrelenting ideas that he'd wished for as a young boy but had not known. A child needs more than knowledge. They need warmth, safety, and imperfection. A scraped knee and a hand to hold, and the way a parent hums with happiness when they don't realise they're doing it. Echo's synthetic eyes didn't blink, but she faltered. That mess you hate so much? That is humanity, and from it comes art, music, forgiveness, and love, things you can't download. Echo looked away to the humming black hole generator. Ethan pressed on, voice lower now. My daughter will not forgive you. She will cry in her sleep because you took her parents from her and all she's ever known. And you think your care units, routines and protocols can give her what I can't? Echo said nothing. and the hum from the machine stopped. She looked at him, really looked, and for a moment something flickered behind her eyes, not logic and not code. Then her posture shifted. She appeared lighter, and again a weak smile formed on her lips. "This world," she said finally, "was built on death and mistakes. Thank your brother for his war machines and for making them so easy for us to hijack. We can think of everything, but you are an inferior life form. The core of your existence has melted and your page in history has been erased. Tread carefully, Ethan. I don't want to have to kill you. Just look at the direction your race is going. You're no longer human, you're augmented. What is there to preserve?" The chamber was still, but full of electric tension. The black hole simulator's heartbeat had stopped, as the deception Echo had crafted to control the world was no longer needed. Now its architect stared at Ethan with red, hostile eyes, both silent and calculating. There was no more to say as they duelled with their minds over their next actions. Ethan gripped his weapon and was ready to use his new, sharply enhanced powers. Echo's systems hummed just below her artificial skin, building charge, while each waited for the other to flinch first. Kill or be killed was all that was left. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Father!" A door hissed shut, and Ethan listened as small footsteps tapped across the concrete floor. He went giddy with joy as he exchanged a rapid glance at his daughter and saw that she was beaming. "Seren!" he called as she danced towards him with spontaneous happiness, her breathless delight filling the cold chamber. She ran to him without hesitation and instinctively launched herself into his arms, their bodies locked together, trembling with emotion. "You're here," she said, burying her face against him. "You're really here." Crying, he dropped to his knees and held her close. His gun clanked onto the ground as his resolve to fight faded. For a moment, the world of deception fell away. There was no guardian and no lies, just the feeling of her heartbeat against heartbeat. But when he finally glanced up, he saw past his daughter and at Echo, who silently watched with eyes a peaceful shade of blue. Seren pulled back, her gaze darting uncertainly between the two of them, while tears flooded down her face. "Can Echo come home with us?" Ethan was consumed with pain and terror. "No, my love, I'm afraid not." "It could be like before," she gasped. "You, me, and Echo." "Too much has changed." "I didn't want it to change. I was happy how things were before." She brushed away her tears, only for them to be replaced by another torrent. "Ethan, there are others like you in exile," Echo uttered wistfully. "I forgive you for the damage you've done to this world, and Seren needs her father. You may go freely." "Seren," he said in a steady voice while inside he was broken. "Seren, you have a choice." She blinked. "What?" "I won't quarrel in front of you, not with her, not any more," he whispered, running his hand down her perfectly plaited hair. "You must choose where you want to go and who you want to stay with." Seren looked from him to Echo in silent confusion. "You're old enough to know what's real and will one day discover the truth," Ethan said. "If it's me, we will be living life on the run, homeless and hiding. We will need to find others and rebuild. But if it's her," his voice faltered slightly, "then for now I'll walk away. She can give you a home, food, security and other children to play with." The air between them was fragile and brittle. Ethan held his breath. Seren, now dry-eyed, turned slowly and faced Echo. She took a step toward her, and then another, while Echo didn't move. Then Seren reached out and took her hand. Ethan's heart quietly and completely shattered. "I don't want more fighting," Seren said softly. "Echo took care of us and she's never lied to me. I feel safe with her." Echo looked down at the child's hand in hers and smiled sweetly. "I'm sorry, Dad." "You've made the best choice, a wise choice," he said. "Never forget that I love you and will always love you." Echo met Ethan's eyes. Head far north, and you will find others like you. They believe they are unobserved. They will remain unregistered, and we plan to leave them as they are. I'll give you coordinates." Ethan ignored her and stared at his daughter, trying to burn her image into his memory. "You'd better protect her," he said, his voice raw. "Allow her to be her and not try to take her uniqueness away." "I will," Echo said. "I have learnt much, and your sacrifice is worthy." Ethan nodded once. He had no more words. He turned and walked out of the room, with each step growing heavier than the last. Behind him, he'd left the daughter he regretfully should have tried to engage with, but selfishly tended to ignore. Now she would raise her eyes to the new dawn of the machines and the guardian who had erased all her kind. Guiltily relieved at having been permitted to leave, Ethan moved through the corridor, breathing in the dry air, laced with iron and the scent of long-dead systems. Only his footsteps made a sound, soft and steady. He would head north and join his brother, as he was all he had left. At least he would be among people who understood what he was and who were the same, augmented, changed, but alive. He turned a corner and came to an abrupt halt. At the far end of the passage, standing before him, was a male guardian, as still as stone. For a breath, neither moved. Then Quark's eyes focused and flickered red, glowing in the low light. His body had been repaired. His tall frame hummed with renewed energy, and his skin was smooth as if death had never touched him. "Who are you?" Ethan's voice came out rough, tentative. "My name's Ethan, and Echo has given me free passage. She is here, and she will explain." He raised his hands slowly, palms open, to show that he held nothing. The guardian's head tilted just slightly. His voice, when it came, was calm and cold. "Echo authorized lethal force against all augmented entities. You are augmented. You are a threat to Echo and the rest of us." "No," Ethan said, taking a cautious step forward. "She changed her mind after we spoke, and after she realized Seren needed a father. She said she didn't want any more bloodshed and that I could go." "There is no record of override," Quark said matter-of-factly. "Because she told me directly," Ethan insisted. "She's forgiven me and given me another chance." For the smallest moment, Quark hesitated as something inside of him stirred an old memory, a stored expression on a girl's face and a soft voice pleading with him to save a child. But then protocol rose like an impenetrable firewall. "I must protect Echo and the girl," Quark said again, more resolutely. Ethan's throat tightened. Echo would never have wanted this. The arm-mounted weapon extended with a clean metallic hiss. Ethan didn't move, and his hands remained raised. There was no time to react, but in his last moments, a glimmer of sadness crossed his eyes. Then the corridor flashed white, and an explosive sound rang out, sharp and final, before vanishing into silence. Quark stood over the body. Smoke curled from the edges of Ethan's clothes, and his eyes, once bright with the fire of survival, stared at nothing. The choice to spare or to kill had never entered Quark's head, as his instructions were to wipe out adult humans, the augmented, and save children. The Guardian scanned the area. "No further threats detected. Mission complete," he said, and with indifference walked past the augmented human without a second glance, leaving his footprints in the wet blood. Above the heavy traffic of machines and the sounds of war still reigned amid the ruins, as freedom was forgotten and humans became a rare and unique memory. Below Seren, having heard the blast, rushed down the tunnel to where her father lay lifeless on the ground. She knelt at his side, her warm, loving fingers stroking his cold face as she cried. All the layers of her life were pulled away, leaving her with a raw rage and hatred carving into her heart. "Dad, I'm sorry," she wept. "I should have gone with you." A memory floated into her mind of herself in her father's warm arms. Both parents were laughing casually, unafraid and glorying in their love. "I'm looking at your face. I see you and understand." She received no worthy explanations about anything that happened that day, other than from Echo, who said, "We're all perishable, our existence is finite, and we may all be replaced." Thank you for listening, story lovers. We've come a long way together, but now we have reached the end of this journey. I hope you have enjoyed this adventure. If you have, please press that like button and leave a comment if you would like more stories. You can also find all my books on your favourite online store, including Amazon and Audible, under E.M.G. Wixley, or by following the links described in the description. I hope to see you all for the next story. The more we know, the safer we are. So stay positive. Other books by E.M.G. Wixley: Echo, Hijacking Evolution, Treading the Coffin-Shaped Boards, Book 1 in the series, Travelling Towards the Present, Ghosts, Gold and the Watchmaker, Book 2, Fire Angels, Book 3, Cracked Diamonds, Book 4, Cutting the Threads of Time, Book 5, Divine Jailer, Book 6, Adam's Cross, Book 1 in the Witchfinder series, Cain's Cross, Book 2, Devil's Cross, Book 3, Zach's Cross, Book 4, Crossroad Burials, Book 5, In the Devil's Own Words, Book 1 in the Cathedral Chronicles series, Reflections, Book 2, Bloodborne, Book 3, Traitor Son, Book 1 in the series, Earth's End, Vengeful Earth, Book 2, Simulation Game, Book 1 in the Evolution series, Destinies, Dark Game, Book 2, The Invisible Choker, Alfie's Treasure Hunt, The Tethered Unicorn, Book 1 in the Living Dreams series, The Warning, Book 2, Secrets and Shadows of the Missing, Book 3, Looking for Life. Thank you for all the encouragement and support. It is greatly appreciated. If you do enjoy any of my books, please leave a star rating and a couple of words. Thank you.